All right, so folks, the goal here today is that this is a workshop. This is for the staff and the budget committee and everything, and for the council. The way that we're going to proceed here this morning is it will go, I think it's going to go police, fire, public works, library. Is that right? Town manager first?
Correct.
Police, fire, public works. Here's the deal, police and fire and public works, you have 1 hour, all right? You don't have an hour and 15 minutes. You don't have an hour and 1 minute. You have 1 hour. So be done in 1 hour. The goal is that we try to finish by 12:30. Now, that may not happen. We may be here till 2, but the goal is that we're going to try to finish by 12:30. So I'm not going to go through the normal procedure of opening a meeting and everything else because this is a workshop, although it is being televised today. The one thing I do want to do is I want to take just one quick second. We lost a member of our staff very recently. I'd like all of you to, just take a moment and reflect on the 40 years that Libby spent here, serving this community. Nobody did it with more kindness. I mean, just a great lady with a smile on her face all the time, who frankly everybody loved. And, and she will be missed. So take a moment, it doesn't have to be now, and reflect on what that really meant to the community and to the people she served. And we should all strive to be more like her. Never a mean word to say, always kindness. So to Libby, thank you. Okay, with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my privilege to be here for the second time presenting the town manager's proposed budget. I'm joined by the finance director and assistant town manager, and if I get anything wrong or they want to amplify a point that I make, I would invite them to jump in. We're here to talk about the fiscal year 25 budget, which, as everyone knows, covers the period running 7/1 of 24 through 6/30 of 25. The process hasn't changed. There are 2 public hearings that will occur. Right now, they're scheduled for December 4th and January 15th, with full opportunity for public discussion. As you know, Mr. Chairman, there's a series of workshops along the way that coincide with town council meetings, and I'm sure there will be additional public participation in those forums. A deliberative session will be held on February 10th. And that is the opportunity for the voters to finalize budget items. The voters at the deliberative session have essentially all of the powers of an open town meeting with respect to the warrant articles, amendments, et cetera. And so that is certainly an opportunity for people to be heard and to exercise their rights. And then what occurs on Election Day is a choice between the proposed operating budget, as it may be amended or not at the deliberative session, and a default budget. As everyone, I believe, is aware, the default budget is merely intended to provide the same level of services that were previously provided in the last approved budget. It is a simple calculation. It uses as a starting point the fiscal year 24 budget, and it is increased or reduced, as the case may be, by debt service, contractual items, salary and other employee-related costs, such as contained in a collective bargaining agreement that would have previously been ratified by the voters, obligations previously incurred or mandated by law, and then reduced by one-time expenditures that were contained in the FY24 operating budget. This is the slide that I think everybody will be most interested in. It has what I think will be the headline today, and that is an increase in the default budget of 8.18% over the fiscal year 24 budget. We'll talk more about the reason for that in a minute. As in prior years, there is a difference between the town manager's proposed operating budget and the default budget, and as has been the custom, the proposed budget that we've prepared is lower than the default budget. In this case, lower than typical, approximately $200,000 lower than the default budget, or just around 0.5%. And I think it is important to note as we work through this today that over the past year, the municipal cost index, which is a measure of what it costs to provide municipal services, has been running between 0.79 and 6.27%, and it now rests at 1.42%. CPI, of course, has been in the same ballpark, running 3.0% to 6.4%, now resting at 3.7%. What accounts for the increases to default? Well, a number of different things. The first is the waste management contract that we renegotiated last year. That contract contained what's called a force majeure provision that entitled the vendor to ask for a contract adjustment based on inflationary conditions. We received extensive legal advice on that. It went through a number of different hearings with the town council. As I said, it was approved last year, and for that reason, it is part of the default budget. And of note, that is our largest single contract that we have. Most significantly, the health insurance program that we have, those premiums are increasing $1.4 million. This is a 19% increase, followed by a significant increase last year, and other increases to our insurances as well. And you can see that dental insurance, property and liability insurance, unemployment and workers' comp insurance are going up as well. And then there are other contractual increases, such as those contained in the CBAs that I mentioned before. As wages increase, so too do retirement contributions. And you can see a $280,000 increase in the employer share of the New Hampshire retirement premium. A couple of things about this slide. As we discussed last year, during the pandemic, people didn't go to the doctor. And so during that period of time, we received a return of surplus premiums from Health Trust. Rates were stable. But when the world opened up and people started going back to the doctor, not only did claims increase significantly, but at the same time, people were exhibiting conditions that had been deferred for 2 years. They could have been caught earlier, were more expensive. And what we're seeing is that while claims are generally up, the number of high dollar claims is up significantly. The thing with our health insurance program is that Health Trust is mandated by law to return surplus premiums to policyholders. And what has happened is, as I said earlier, that during the pandemic, that was occurring and rates were stable. But because Health Trust was not able to retain surplus premiums, we now are seeing a building of what's called their capital adequacy reserve. They have to have on hand enough money to pay projected claims, even if their projections are off, and that's what the capital adequacy reserve is. Our increase is in line with other Health Trust plan sponsors' increases, and this is something that I think we certainly will talk about during this budget process. We are shopping the health insurance to determine if a better rate can be achieved, but it is significant to note that the health insurance is specified. It's called out in each of the collective bargaining agreements that we have with our various unions. And so that's something that would need to be negotiated with the unions, assuming that we could find somebody who would provide a better rate and a better package. We do suggest looking at the buyout that we offer. Right now, we're offering a buyout for not taking the health insurance, I think between
$25,000 and $10,000, depending on the union.
And that is something that we suggest the Budget Committee and the Town Council should look at potentially increasing to encourage folks to opt out of our insurance. We can talk about that more as we go forward. And then, operational contracts. These are mostly in the IT sphere. Everybody has seen the news about what happened to Peterborough with a cyber incident that resulted in the loss of millions of dollars that were not ultimately recovered. We've been investing in cybersecurity since I took office, and those contracts become part of the default budget.
All right, so I have a series of questions to try to level set some of this, If you can go back the slide. All right, so waste management, if I recall the numbers correctly, we're probably somewhere ballpark $200 a household.
I think that's right.
So if we went to private haulers, it would be significantly more. So of the 10,000 households in town, it's about $200 of their taxes goes to waste management from the standpoint of recycling and trash. From the standpoint of health insurance, open enrollment's happening now across the country and everything. I have health insurance through my employer. Actually, they just forwarded to us that we took an 8% increase, and that the company was absorbing half and the employees would have to absorb half. We're contractually bound by whatever we have in the CBAs with regards to who pays what.
Correct.
So while the health insurance may be going up, the employees do pay a portion.
There is one bargaining unit that pays a portion, but in order to incentivize the employees,
That's when we went to the health savings
Correct.
accounts.
Correct.
So, but there is we'll call it participation.
yes, by some.
And then there's also the health saving accounts that we did, which actually reduced our rate a number of years ago.
That's right.
So we're just winding up back where we started 3 years ago.
Correct.
With regards to the contractual pieces, these are all of the pieces that are coming from the contracts that were approved last March,
That's right. Last March and the election.
prior,
before.
and the
Yes.
prior years.
Correct.
So that's why these are all baked in. So, so Justin, riddle me this: where are we from a standpoint of salaries, benefits, FICA, et cetera, loaded labor? Are we around 84% of our total budget?
I would say, without going and doing the calculation, that's probably about accurate.
So when we're looking at this, we're bound by 83% of the number, or whatever 83% of $40 million is.
Correct.
So that really that puts us in an overall position as we go into this budget of that if we want to reduce anything, we have to decide what services to cut.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The one piece of good news that emerges from this budget is that we have a multipurpose bond falling off this year. That results in a savings of over $700,000 to the default budget and gets us to where we are.
Is that this building and the police department?
Yep.
So this building and the police department are 20 years old.
Correct.
Interesting.
Now fully paid for. Projected revenues are dollars that either assist with the tax rate or do not need to be raised through taxation. And, you know, it's evident that the inflationary environment that we are living through is affecting the budget negatively. Here is a demonstration of how it also affects the budget positively. One example of that is interest on investments. We have, through the efforts of Justin and his staff, been able to outpace our revenue projections there, given the high interest rates and given the fund balance that we have on hand. That's one of the things that Justin talks about when we are discussing the importance of fund balance is having the ability to receive a return on that investment during times like this. We are also looking at, I think some of the staffing changes that we've made, filling open positions, is going to assist us while this economic condition continues in chasing new revenue. And one of the examples is motor vehicle revenue. I think there's potential to bring in additional motor vehicle revenue in concert with the clerk's office. And so being fully staffed and having a healthy staff there is important. Justin is staffing up, filling open positions, and that's important in his ability to do some of those higher end functions like moving money to the accounts that have the highest interest rate. And having a staff that supports him is important to that effort. My department has staffed up, and so I am more engaged in terms of pursuing economic development, expanding the tax base, in concert with the assistant town manager. So all of those things are important, and highlight the importance of our staff to bringing in these revenues. What are some of the challenges that are contained not only within this budget, but are, projected to continue into the future? Increasing demand for services. As I said last year, we have more residents and visitors than ever before. Everything is increasingly complex. And as one example of that, we've gotten more aggressive pursuing grant funding. Over the past year, we've secured millions of dollars in infrastructure money. We have secured millions of dollars in ARPA money. All of that comes with onerous reporting and tracking requirements, and that unfortunately requires staff time. The rising cost of goods and services, we're now seeing that in the budget, in the default budget. Whereas, those conditions hit a household budget in real time, it is a lagging indicator when it comes to a municipal budget, and that's because everything almost is under contract. It's just taken this long for the conditions we're all experiencing to hit our budget. The labor market, the contracts that were ratified by the voters reflect the tight labor market. And as all employers have had to adjust during a period where wages have risen more than they have risen in a generation, that is something that's affecting our budget as well. And it's important to talk about how the default budget has been handled in the past. While we have all of these challenges, we've been operating in default for a period of 10 years. And I present to you what you could refer to as a default budget today, a budget that's lower than default. It is within the parameters of the default budget. However, like we did last year, we're also able to move some money around within that budget to set us up for success in the future. And I'll talk about that in a second. And then just the other challenge that I would refer to is state and federal mandates. One example of that would be our MS4 permit. That's a permit that requires Londonderry to make sure that water that's being discharged into streams and rivers is clean, and that's under the Clean Water Act. And that imposes all kinds of burdens without any funding on the municipal government. And we can talk about that more in the presentation. A little bit more good news. We're under contract for most of our fuel, and so that's going to be natural gas and as well as electricity. Those are all contracts that do not fluctuate as fuel and electricity costs increase, and so those are in place mostly through 2026. That's something that we're not suffering from quite as much as others are. The 35 Gilcrest Road transaction, that has the potential to bring in $1.9 million to the town. That's something that was ratified on the ballot last year, and we're in the closing stages of that transaction. And so that's positive news. The debt service reduction I talked about. ARPA money, the ARPA award to the town was somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.8 million. We have pushed out some of those dollars, and we are reserving $2 million for a water infrastructure project that the council addressed at its most recent meeting, and I can talk about that more shortly. Last year's changes. So this is something that I referenced on the last slide. And what we were able to do last year was temporarily budget less or lower for certain open positions, and then to move that savings to other neglected lines in our budget. And some of those lines were building and vehicle maintenance for the police and fire departments, which had really ridiculously low lines to maintain those buildings. And we've continued that work. We haven't needed to do quite as much of it as we did last year. But the good news is that even though we continue in default, we found a way to make sure that the default budget going forward at least sets us up for success. And then there's the FY23 and 24 budget performance. We've carefully managed the budget. We came in with a significant surplus last year. The budget, continues to look good, and that's a factor of, careful, carefully managing the budget, fiscal restraint, but also the revenues outpacing projections. We are proposing to fund some of our trust funds and capital reserves, as we do every year. The Pillsbury Cemetery expansion, as everybody knows, we're running out of money. We're running out of space in the Pillsbury Cemetery. And you can see the breakdown between the proposed use of fund balance and taxation. We're doing the same with fire equipment and proposing a 50-50 split, UFB to taxation. Cable equipment, this is a paper appropriation, I believe, Justin, I have correct, this is our franchise payment. It doesn't affect the tax rate, doesn't require the use of UFB.
That's correct. This is one that by state law we're required to have on there because you're not allowed to add to capital reserves or expendable maintenance roadway trust funds without voter approval, with the exception of the interest that it earns throughout the year.
Thank you. And our recreation fund, we're proposing $10,000 through taxation. Expendable maintenance trust fund, this is a very important fund to maintain the town's infrastructure. Again, a 50-50 split. And then the roadway maintenance trust fund, we usually raise that through taxation, and we're proposing $650,000 this year. One note on that is up from last year's request, and the reason for that is we received a one-time payment of additional highway block grant money last year. That has not materialized this year, and so we're asking the taxpayers to return to the historic level there. Of course, we're not just talking about the budget during the budget process. We're talking as well about the separate warrant articles. And the Lions Hall project is one of those potential warrant articles. What we heard, I think what you heard during the public process was the need for phasing, the need perhaps to save, and the feeling that doing a $3.5 million project was probably biting off too much at this time. That's really solidified by the the significant increase to default. I don't think we can ask the taxpayers for anything north of the $500,000 that I propose. That is something that is in here as a placeholder for discussion. And certainly can change, all of these can change throughout this process. The MS4 capital reserve, as I said, we are behind on our MS4 work, and it's eventually going to catch up with us. And so in order to comply with this federal mandate, this federal legally required work, we need to pay for it. And so we're proposing to establish a reserve fund that will allow us to continue to do that into the future. We did some good work with our DPW vehicles last year, but there's significant work to be done. As you know, those vehicles are parked outside, and they are, many of them, at or beyond their useful life. And so there is a request for funding to secure some additional vehicles. The water project that I discussed at the last town council meeting, as everyone will recall, that is a $25 million project that will bring water down High Range Road to 102, and that is really the foundation for a future Londonderry water system. The town has a request in to the Drinking and Groundwater Trust Fund for $10 million. The town is proposing to use $2 million that I referenced in ARPA funding, and it appears that an additional $2 million may be needed in town dollars. That's still a very good deal because not only is this a critical first step to remediate this, the most contaminated area in town by PFAS, it is an opportunity to secure a $25 million project at a cost to Londonderry of $4 million. So I suggest that that is something that should strongly be considered. Mr. Chairman, as you are aware, we're owed a report from the Pickleball Task Force sometime this month. I don't know what the report will say. I don't know what the recommendation will be, or if there will be a dollar value attached to it. But certainly that's something that could come up during the budget process, and so I've put it in there as TBD. And then, the treasurer amendment that's been discussed at several of the last town council meetings, the council will need to decide whether to have a public hearing on that, and ultimately whether to move that to the ballot.
Mr. Town Manager, will you be going any further into what the 500,000 for 256 Mammoth Road will cover?
So
Do you have slides on that further, or?
not at this time. So that is in there as a, on the idea that this will be an account that we will contribute to in the future, either to, make significant improvements or to bring the Lions Hall back to the point where it can be open to the public. Obviously, the first items would be things like the floor, ADA accessibility, and building sprinklers. But that is in there for discussion purposes only, and it is very preliminary at this time.
Okay, and then I
Which,
get,
Ted, it may go nowhere.
of course, and I guess just have between your heads and Justin's and Dave Hawley's heads of thinking and maybe talking with our third-party contractor of what is the cost impact of pushing this down the road? Will we see drastic increase if we actually push this down the road and kick it down the road? Or is it actually a better cost savings to do it now compared to later? I mean,
think
I
there's a-
hate to spend so much money now.
Right.
As I know the school's looking at a lot of other things, but I would hate to all of a sudden have this turn into, a couple million more because we've pushed it down the road and materials and labor and everything else have really increased.
Certainly, and I mean, we've certainly seen that phenomenon with the SAU office project, which, just in the course of a year increased by, a number of millions of dollars. So that's a very good point. I think that, I think we lack data at this point as well, how much support there is to do a significant project at the Lions Hall. And I think having something like this on the ballot will provide more data that will be useful.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to let Justin go through his favorite slide of the year and talk about the fund balance.
Absolutely. So as Mike has described, there's several articles in which we're looking to utilize fund balance to help offset the cost of the entire projects or the warrant articles that are coming. As of June 30th, 24, at this time, there is about 6.2 million. This also takes out the 200,000 from the Taxpayer Relief Act back in 2019. Based on our policy, the town's current policy, we have about 1.8 is what we're required to keep for our minimum reserves. That leaves us with about 4.3 being able to spend. As I say every single year, this is the town's current policy. It's out of line of what other areas say we should be spending and what we should maintain for fund balance. The Department of Revenue recommends, based on what they recommend, it would be about 183,000 is what we have to spend. Per the Governmental Financial Office Association, it is about 51,000 is what we have available to spend. And this really comes down to the differences between the policies that we currently have in place. DRA looks at the total appropriations and says, I believe it's about between 5 and 7% is what they recommend.
You look at total appropriations for the entire town.
Correct.
So it would be total appropriations for the school and the town.
Correct.
You're looking at the full picture. We're only, since we have our own separate undesignated fund balances now as governments, our policy is only looking at the town side.
That is correct. Come the first of the month, we still owe the school their money, though.
I didn't say we didn't owe them their money.
Correct.
What I'm
So
saying is
that
our
policy takes that into account.
It's the one opportunity we get to disagree with DRA.
Correct.
I mean, because their rule is counter to what our rule is. I understand what you're saying, okay? If it was up to you, we wouldn't take any money out of
That is,
it. That's why it's not up to you.
it's true, but you would also be looking at a healthier interest
I just wanna
revenue
make
that
sure
would
we're
lower the
really
tax rate
clear about
forward.
this, that what you're saying DRA is talking about, it's not about 40 million, they're talking about 125 million.
Correct. They look at the
just so
county
we're
as well.
clear.
Yes, they look at the
I'm
county as well.
sorry to
They look
interrupt
at-
you, but
Nope,
I
you're
didn't want
good.
to have any misunderstandings here.
You're absolutely good.
Okay.
They look at the entire obligations that the town has. because come December, I believe it's going to be 18th, we owe the county 4.2 million. If our fund balance policy doesn't have it, we have to take out a TAN in order to pay that money.
As a Dillon Rule state, this is the only time we get to disagree with them.
Absolutely. And GFOAs is, we should keep on hand roughly 2 months' worth of expenditures, which again goes to include the monthly payment to the school district.
Right.
So that's why you see that drastic difference between all of them.
No, I appreciate it, Justin. I just want to make sure we're very clear that
Absolutely.
we're calculating against a bigger number than the one we're proposing.
Correct.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, the school's undesignated fund balance is not as high as the town's undesignated fund balance. I don't think it's close, because they
It's
only,
percentage-wise.
The school is not able to retain as much as
Correct.
we're able
Yeah,
to.
The school has a limit on what they can retain.
Right. They actually have to give the money back. Where we were as high as 9 million at one point.
Correct. 8, 9 million
Part of
around
the
there.
reason we're down to 6 million is because we had a lawsuit with the power plant. We had to settle that lawsuit, and we used the undesignated fund balance to do that. Now that the power plant is now operational and making money again and everything, I'm sure we're gonna have another little chat with them about what they pay in taxes, which should go in the upward direction. Because at one point they were at 8.5 million a year, and now they're at 5 million a year.
I don't have those numbers off the top
It
of my
was
head.
somewhere
but
in that vicinity.
I know they're paying at least 5 million per year.
Right, paying at least 5 million. We were up over 8.
They're still the town's largest taxpayer.
Oh, listen, and we love the power plant. Most people don't even know where it is. But, okay, well, thank you. I mean, I appreciate DRA's, opinion.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm just here to provide what I can.
Listen, it has nothing to do with you.
Nope, I know.
And Justin, how long are we doing our $200,000 UFB Taxpayer Relief Act for?
I believe we have one more year after this.
Okay.
The way it was written, it says through 2024, and I'm not sure if that meant fiscal year or calendar year. So if it's calendar year, we have one more year. If it's fiscal, this is the last year. But I believe it was based on calendar year because taxes typically are, not typically, taxes are based on calendar year. So we have one more year of it.
Okay. And when you present at least this item for the taxpayers on our budget session day, are you able to maybe provide like how that actually affects their taxes? Like how much of a reduction is it actually affecting their taxes? So that people can
So
actually-
prior to, I can tell you right now, that 200,000 prior to this recent revaluation was 4 cents on your tax rate. The reason I'm saying prior to the revaluation is typically 50,000. Every 50,000 is 1 penny on the tax rate. This year, it's now every 60,000 because of the revaluation.
Okay, great, thank you.
So, since you brought up that, when are we expecting to get, from the almighty DRA, our tax rate for December 1st bills, which will not be due December 1st?
That is correct. They will not be due December 1st. We should be expecting those within the next week or so, next couple weeks.
Have they given us any indication of where they think the rate's going to fall, or are they just playing this close to their vest?
They have not given us any indication at this point.
The rate should go down, right?
So yes, but it's important to keep in mind the rate should go down. That does not necessarily mean the bill will go down because your property valuation has increased.
Totally understand. But, we've had some years in which we, asked for the bill to be paid on like December 22nd. Everyone's always happy then to pay it. Not that they're ever happy, but they're most happy to pay it then.
I field a majority of those phone calls, yes.
So when
We've
do
also
we-
had
when
people
do we
very
ever
upset
extend-
that it was due later than that because they want to make sure that it was accounted for in their personal income taxes.
So, do we have any idea when we think the bill will be due this year? Do we have any idea when we'll send them out? I know that's a one-part, two-part question, sorry.
It is. We are very optimistic it'll be due before December 31st. It will not be due before December 15th, so sometime in that time frame, I would say.
We'll get you a little red suit.
I believe green would fit better at that point.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Anything further?
Now that we've got Justin all wound up about UFB, we can Just talk for a second about overlay and veterans exemption. We are
Your time's almost up, so let's go.
we're proposing to fund the overlay at account which is used to pay abatements at $171,000. I don't believe there's any change there. We are continuing to fund the veterans tax credit at $886,500. That there's no change there. And then the elderly tax exemption doesn't have a budgetary allocation because it's an exemption versus a credit, and it just reallocates the tax burden. Obviously, the council just approved some changes expanding that benefit at a recent meeting. This is the tax rate setting process that we actually just talked about, Mr. Chairman. The voters approved the budget and the warrant articles in March. The valuation is complete in October, but it's looking at values that were in effect April 1st. That's the beginning of the tax year. The state revenues are announced in October or later, as is typical. And then other revenues, such as rooms and meals, can be revised. The DRA sets the tax rate in October or November, and then the tax bills are sent out. Future considerations for town services, the Lions Hall sewer and water infrastructure, I touched on that, but that's something that we need to continue to invest in. The Pillsbury Cemetery, which, as I mentioned earlier, and perhaps Director Wally will address, is running out of space. Need to make adjustments so that we can, again, fulfill another legally required obligation. The town is required to provide, either by contract or directly, the burial of residents. And the DPW facility, which I'm sure will feature prominently in Dave's presentation. This is the budget calendar. And in closing, Mr. Chairman, I would just acknowledge that this is not a lot of good news that you've just heard. It's a difficult time not only for residents and taxpayers, but those conditions that are affecting all of our own wallets are now affecting the municipal budget. What I can tell you is that we've been smart about how we've constructed this default budget, as we were last year, to set us up for success going forward. I think that I'm proud of that work, and I'm proud that even though the default budget is what the default budget is, we have sharpened our pencils and are proposing to return $200,000 of that significant increase to taxpayers.
All right, before we move to the police department, any other further comments? The only thing to add is that I have been advised by the chairman of the school board that they're going to be moving forward with a $30+ million bond. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about warrant articles and everything else, asking the voters for, millions of dollars. That's probably part of the reason why we're looking at the Lions Hall and going, let's think about this a little bit more. But that is a big number. So keep that in mind as you're going forward in this. Keep in mind that bring solutions. If you think a service doesn't need to be needed anymore, question that service. And let's go from there. If anybody needs coffee, grab coffee real quick. We'll transition to the police department and we'll go forward. All right, Chief, you're on the clock.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the Budget Committee, Town Council, Town Manager, Finance Office. This year, we're going to do something slightly different. Last year, as you guys know, was my first time presenting the budget, and to say that the nerves weren't through the roof is an understatement. This year, collectively, the command staff and I have worked under the same premise as last year, being financially responsible, paying attention to the needs, not the wants, working their partnership with the budget chair, talking with the town council, and obviously my right-hand man here, the finance director. I'm proud to say that we made it through the first quarter here well within our budgetary lines. We're doing well. I think the adjustments that were made last year at the direction of the town manager and the finance director, I think they were right on par. So what I would like to do is to give you guys a quick intro of the command staff that currently serves the men and women and the citizens of Londonderry Police Department. To my left, I have Captain Patrick Cheatham. He oversees the airport division at the Manchester-Boston Regional Airport. Captain Cheatham will give a presentation real quick on his area of responsibilities within that. I have Captain Mark Morrison. He oversees our Legal Professional Standards Bureau. He'll be giving a presentation as well. Next to him is the Deputy Chief, Jason Breen. Jason oversees the Operations Division of the Police Department. And Captain Timothy O'Donohue. Captain O'Donohue now serves the Services Bureau, which Timmy and Patrick had recently switched a couple months ago. Patrick has served in the Services Division for 5 years and wanted a change of scenery, wanted to get a different aspect of the captain's service, so he wanted to go to the airport. And we're happy to have these two gentlemen switch, and without further ado, I'd like to bring up Captain Cheatham.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Chairman Farrell stepped out, but Chairman Farrell, Chairman Cassidy, members of the Town Council Budget Committee, fellow town employees, and the men and women watching from home on a Saturday morning. As Chief said, my name is Patrick Cheatham. I'm a police officer captain with our police department, where I've worked proudly for the last 21 years, and I'm also a Londonderry resident. And on September 1st, I took over command and responsibilities at the Manchester-Boston Regional Airport. And to say my first 2 months has been busy is an understatement. I'd like to thank Captain O'Donohue for the onboarding and training that he provided to me over these last 2 months. As Granite Staters, we're very much familiar with the New Hampshire primary, and I can tell you that we've had VIP movements almost every single week in just these last 2 months. Since we took over law enforcement responsibilities at the Manchester-Boston Regional Airport 2006, the men and women of the Londonderry Police Department have provided safety and security for more than 39 million travelers and passengers, and also more than 3 billion pounds of cargo. And those statistics can easily be found at flymanchester.com. And when I calculated them yesterday, I myself was quite impressed by how many people and how many pounds of cargo have actually come through our quaint little community here in Londonderry. And I use that term loosely. Chief, if you could go to the next slide, please. Just by way, this is asked every single year, but it's re-edification for those of you that have been around for a little while. Our entire complement of staff and equipment and training is paid entirely by the Manchester Airport Authority. Why is the Londonderry Police Department at the Manchester Airport? Because in 1994, when the new terminal was constructed and we moved from the Ammon Center, which was in Manchester, the new terminal was built entirely in Londonderry, and that is why the Londonderry Police Department provides law enforcement services at the Manchester-Boston Regional Airport. It does not result in any tax dollars to the town of Londonderry, and that's just something that we present every single year for those that maybe are new to our community, that aren't aware, and ask that question. Again, why do I see Londonderry Police at the Manchester Airport? Sir? We provide staffing up there. It's 1 police captain, 5 sergeants, 12 patrol officers. We are there 24/7, 365. We don't turn the lights off in the office, and just because the checkpoint might not be open or a flight not going out, our staff are there year-round every single day. Speaking about staffing and strategic planning, recently the airport director has asked us if we are able to increase our staffing up there, another officer on the day shift, another officer on the midnight shift, and in talks with the command staff and the chief. It's no surprise to anyone here in this room and from watching from home. There's a national recruiting challenge for law enforcement, and we are making preparations to not only fill staffing and spots within our community, our townside patrol force, so to speak, but also I think it's very, very important for members of the council and the budget committee and in our community to know that the airport is asking us to increase our staffing as well. And that's something that we can reduce staffing very quickly, but to increase staffing, literally, I think is going to take us probably 18 to 24 months, and you'll be hearing us speaking about that quite often. People also often ask about the administrative fees that are associated with our airport, our airport division. There is a small amount of money that comes back to the community. On average, it's anywhere from $90,000 to $100,000. How that number is calculated is the actual number of hours worked is multiplied by 2.5. That doesn't include holiday pay, vacation pay, sick pay. So those hours, that calculation is physical people walking in the terminal, driving the perimeter, hours actually worked, and that money does come back to the community. So it is our airport division is a small revenue generator for the community, and that's, again, something we try to present every single year. If anyone has any questions about the overall total budget, it's remained relatively steady over the last few years. Sir, next slide.
Hi, Captain, real quick.
Sure.
The request from the airport for more staffing, that cost will be covered by the airport, right? Or did I
Correct.
miss your commentary?
All personnel costs, medical, health, dental, all those costs are entirely paid for by the airport.
Wonderful.
So increasing staff, and also we do also apply for Homeland Security grants every single year that helps us, in our mission.
Wonderful, great.
Just to chime in there, so the airport division of the police department acts as a revolving fund, which means it needs to be self-sustained. So whatever the airport requests, the airport has to pay for. As Patrick mentioned, we do get that little benefit of between $90,000 and $100,000 for the services that we provide for them.
Thank you.
In conclusion, I would just like to say thank you to the Chief Bernard, to the town manager, for approving our transfer request. I'd been in services for nearly 5 years, and I had asked the chief for this opportunity, and I really do think it's the best way I can serve our community, our police department. In just 2 months, I've really enjoyed my time up there, and I appreciate everyone's support in making for that transition, because it is hard to leave an office that you've been in for 4 or 5 years, and having served there as a sergeant on and off from 2010 to 2016, serving as a captain up there is a much different responsibility. And I've in just 2 short months, I've very much enjoyed my time, and I just wanted to thank everyone here that's helped me in that transition to the airport. And I can't say thank you enough. And without any further questions, I've already used 3 more minutes of my time than I was allotted. But that's to be expected, having been here and presented for so many times.
As I've stated many times over the years, it's a customer service job. It's a face job. It's about telling a story up at the airport, which I think plays right into your skill set. So I think you're the right person at the right time.
Mr. Chairman, when I addressed the sergeants and the staff at our most recent command staff meeting, you're exactly correct. I said our goals are threefold. Safety and security, the people, places, and things in or about the airport, customer service, and visibility. Those 3 principles are the guiding principles that I've tasked our staff up there, and I think that they can easily, or not easily, but they can equally be applied to our town side patrol. But at the airport, you're absolutely correct, sir.
No, it's great. Ted Kitchens is a great guy. We really want to continue doing business with him, and it's up to you to make sure we do.
I can tell you, sir,
Just not setting any expectation or anything.
as the 5th captain to command our airport division, I've quickly learned and seen it really puts us on a national level having an airport division, and I take those responsibilities very seriously. It's also, I think, so many of the airport staff live here in Londonderry. The assistant airport director, Luis El Gazabal, resides in the south end of our town, and so many, the new assistant federal security director, Audra Wood, she and her family live in town as well. So many people that work at the Manchester Airport are embedded in our community, which I think only fosters that continued relationship that you reference, and that I pledge to make sure we maintain for another 17 years. Not that I'll be around for 17 years, but we've been at the airport now 17 years. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, well, outstanding job. Thank you. As we continue with our presentation, it's not going to take us an hour. We understand the importance of getting through this for everybody, and I'm going to bring up Captain Mark Morrison here in a minute. I want to talk about the department goals. We added one this year. I thought it was important to be transparent yet again, as the town manager asked us to do last year. And I want to mention these ones right here: effective budget management, recruitment, training, and supervision, community engagement, and maintaining accreditation. When we entered into the accreditation process a couple years ago, we knew it was going to be a big feat. And it's the gold standard in policing, knowing that your police department has the best policies, best practices. We command that every single day. It's led by Captain Mark Morrison. It's a sense of pride for a law enforcement agency or the town to know that your department serves in that gold standard. There's only like 1,500 police departments in the nation that are that good, and I'm proud to say that we're one of them, thanks to the men and women of this police department. Community engagement, that's a priority of ours. And if that picture right there of the world's famous SRO, Dan Perry, everybody loves Officer Perry. I can't go anywhere in town without someone telling me how awesome and how much they love Officer Perry. He's a rock star. He's probably more popular than Taylor Swift in the schools. That's for sure. And We absolutely love him, and he's doing a great job with these things. The community engagement also goes back to what we say we are and what we do. I think that's important. I think most people in this room here have had interaction with the police department. They know how we treat our citizens. They see what we do with our community to be involved with them, hosting programs, working closely with the Londonderry Police Association to co-sponsor those things. It's important. People or agencies do these things, but I like to think that we do them a little bit better than most, because we really do what we say we're going to do, and we care about our community, we care about the future of our youth. Course recruitment, training, and supervision. Well, we can't have a good police department if we don't supervise properly. We can't have good officers on the road to protect those of our Londonderry community if you don't give them proper training. And recruitment. I think every person in here knows that that's a challenge. It's not a cliche to say that time and time again that staffing everywhere is down. It is. Everyone knows this. We're going to get into that closer with the next couple slides. And again, just to touch back on the effective budget management. I can't stress enough how much and how important it was for me to get that first year under the belt, get it out of the way, and work so close and diligently with the town manager, the finance director, to really look at these things and see where we can, shave and save. It is important. And for those members up there who have known me for a long time, and these gentlemen over here, I am very frugal. I say no to a lot of stuff, and that will continue because it's not my money. And without further ado, please allow me to bring up Captain Mark Morrison.
Morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Despite my reputation for brevity, I'm going to really work through these slides very quickly. If you could just hit that next slide, please. The ask that I think the police department can sum up, for this year is to add to our prosecution line. We've been managing with one prosecutor for as long as I've been here, which is over 20 years. Our arrests have gone up, our calls are up, the complexity of the prosecution of cases is up, the lift that is required of a prosecutor today is not what it was even 5 or 10 years ago.
So tell us why.
Well, some of the duties that we have attached to our prosecutor right now, all the juvenile cases, all of the misdemeanor violations, and soon-to-be felonies are going to be arraigned in district court starting January 1. That's a huge shift from this program was called Felonies First. It was enacted by the state, and I think it was an extreme challenge, and I don't want to say a failure, but it just was not working. What's going to happen now? Felony arrests that we make, that arraignment was held in Superior Court. All of those arraignments are now going to be back in district court. So every arrest, every arraignment will be held in Derry District Court with our one prosecutor to help. In addition to, simple prosecutions or multifaceted prosecutions, we have the 91A requests that we do, and every DUI arrest has an administrative license suspension hearing that can go along with it. When you're arrested for DUI in New Hampshire, there's both an administrative and criminal penalty that is associated with that. The criminal penalty is handled in court. The administrative penalty happens through a hearing that we also have to attend.
I'm
So-
just checking for understanding.
Yeah.
When they were arraigned for felony in Superior Court, was that county prosecution handled that?
Yes.
Okay, so from now, so again, another unfunded mandate from the state that, they're pushing down to the town.
I mean,
Well, let's be candid about it.
right, there isn't anything we can do about it.
I'm
And
not
we-
questioning whether we can.
And we really end up sort of in a geography problem where you have one person that may have to be in multiple places at one time. That means we just need more folks. This has been on our long-range plan, and that long-range plan is sort of here now. We had it in the 3 to 5 year, and then changes like Felonies First, and just the time it is taking just to prosecute now is a lot longer than it used to be. We have a lot of unrepresented defendants, they have to be explained the court process. You can't, just take advantage of somebody who's unrepresented in court. And it's a lot of work.
So Captain,
Town
what's gonna
manager
happen
can
now
answer for
is
that
if it's a
as well.
felony first arrest, they're gonna transport them from Brentwood to Derry. Somebody has to do that from the sheriff's department, bring them to Derry, they get transported, and then they gotta transport it back to Brentwood,
Well, that's if they're in custody.
if they're in custody.
Yeah. So it's going to be,
I'm just trying to
A
get a clear
madhouse.
understanding of.
yeah, it's going to be a lot. And like, we don't have a choice but to deal with it. And we're just out of hours in the day, for one person to adequately do that. Never mind the sort of advanced things that we want to do, the different levels of trial prep and training we want to do with our folks. If you can hit the next.
Just one thing too, Captain. One of the things is why everybody understand is, this is not just DWIs. This also consumes time for the victims of our community who have had a crime against them. Now, if you have a crime against you, you want prosecution, you want justice. A lot of times, for example, last week or 2 weeks ago, prior to our prosecutor going on her honeymoon, she had 20 trials for one day. If anybody's ever been to a courtroom or a trial, they take forever. Something has to give. I don't say this to talk ill about the court system. They don't care. This is your court docket. This is your responsibility. Figure it out. A victim can be victimized again, excuse me, by the process in which we've been given. I don't like it. I don't want it. The legal team doesn't like it, and the prosecutor doesn't like it. The prosecutor sometimes has to, quote unquote, dump a case or work out a plea that normally wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. But yet, then we have to explain to these victims how they're not getting the full justice they deserve. Yes, DWIs are important, and they take a tremendous amount of time. When we talk about patrol officers, how much time they spend doing a DWI report, as it's called, the initial traffic stop, the observations, all the field sobriety stuff, getting back to the station, completing a booking, if they have to be transported, as the town chairman said, out to the jail, they come back, they have to start typing their report. These things take hours for one case. And a prosecutor, it's not as simple as you walk in and you say, okay, we're gonna take this when the trial's a done deal. And there is a massive amount of trial prep that goes into these things, as the captain was saying. I just wanted to jump in and say, it's just not about DWIs too.
Captain, are you expecting not just more expenses on the legal side, but also potentially on your officers as well with this new process?
With a loss of felonies first?
Right. So with this new process, demanding of time, will you expecting, further time and maybe other costs on the police department as well beyond just having a legal?
I don't expect to have a lot of extra costs, more than we normally would with a loss of felony first on the patrol side. The officers are still going to have to present their case, do all their reports and evidence and everything else. That isn't going to change regardless of whether they drive 45 minutes to Superior Court or, 10 minutes to Dairy Court. That part isn't really the change. The big change is the level of work that the prosecutor is going to have to complete, the level of work our records department is going to have to process, the compressed timelines for discovery. They're now like 10 days for certain crimes and 20 days for others, depending on whether the person is incarcerated. Everything is going to speed up, and you're just physically out of hours in a day, and you only have one person to shove around to different hearings in different locations.
Okay, I think we're getting it.
Great.
All right.
We're gonna make Maladuty the prosecutor again, because he works 7 days a week.
Some days I'd like my old job back.
Well, and
Totally kidding.
I know we joke, but there were many days that, I spoke with Mike on the weekend, preparing for court that next day, And if you look at the numbers I have up here, some of our arrests, it's really difficult to absolutely pigeonhole crime rates and arrest rates. As much as we'd love for things to be on a graph that is on a straight line, it doesn't happen that way. But one thing that is clear, our projected DUI arrests this year is going to be around 140, when 3 years ago it was 60. You know, our warrants are up by 31% since 2021 and 20 era. I mean, it's just what it is. We didn't get to the slide yet that talks about the number of people that we've hired. But I think it's important to note that these numbers are where they are, even though we've had people that were in training, where 2 officers in a car, a trainee and an FTO, field training officer, riding around, and these are some of our numbers. Those officers are going to be on their own. We now have, more people, to generate activity and handle the calls for service that we have. Derry, right next door, they have 2 full-time prosecutors and a part-time prosecutor, and that's a department that's smaller than us.
People in Derry are bad.
Well, we have some sayings about Derry, but the last other point that I'd like to make, we had tried to incorporate our victim witness advocate role, and we thought we had secured some grant funding for that. That grant funding was not able to be used in the way that we were hoping and were told as it was presented to us. So we are still on the search for, grant funding to handle that victim witness advocate role. As the Chief mentioned, there's a victim bill of rights, and it's there for a reason, just to avoid exactly what the Chief talked about, re-victimizing people over and over again. And there are things that, we have to watch out for both kids and adults, as they move through the court system. And right now, the prosecutor's responsible for doing all those communications. And sometimes the prosecutor is put in a different position where prosecutors don't work for the victim specifically. It's very important, all right? They don't work for the victim specifically. They serve the community and they have the interests of the victim in mind, but there are certain things that a victim may tell the prosecutor that the prosecutor now has to disclose, to the defense. That's a very unfortunate circumstance, and having somebody set aside just to walk people through the court process is why it's such a, important role. We're still going to pursue that, but that's not the funding that we're asking for. It's the prosecutor role. So
I do have a question, Captain.
Please.
So with the prosecutor role, have you explored other options? And I don't know if this is an opportunity or not, but the possibility of contracting, like prosecutor services or anything. I don't know if that's something we can legally do or even.
What we do right now, we have somebody that we retain to, come in as needed, but that is sort of our fail-safe,
Okay.
Hit the emergency button, we need, more help. I don't choose to, or I don't prefer to work that way.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather have the stability and people that if they want to take a day off, they can take a day off. If they want to go on a honeymoon, we don't have to, modify our entire, department and other resources to have that happen. The stability and the consistency of somebody in that role, I think would be the best suited, for our responsibilities.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're getting it. So,
Can I ask
thank you.
a quick
welcome.
question, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely.
So what percentage of our arrests and citations are at the airport?
I don't have those numbers broken down. The airport isn't really a heavy generator of arrests. We do have arrests up there. Most of the arrests, Patrick, you can correct me if I'm wrong, are sort of the drunk and disorderly, sort of trespassing type arrests.
So my question leads to like, even if it's a small percent, even if it's 5% or 10%, can we get the airport to bear some of the cost for an additional prosecutor? Not the entire cost, but a portion of it? Can we reduce that burden by having the airport cover some of that? Because that's part of the service we're providing to them. Those arrests that we do make at the airport, those DUIs that we get at the airport, whatever the case may be, though prosecution is part of that deal, and we're providing the prosecution. Agreed?
Well, certainly. Anything that comes in through us is prosecuted with our prosecutor.
It's an idea, and we can ask the question.
Good idea. Absolutely.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank
So
you.
real quick, before we continue on with this, thank you, Captain Morrison. One of the things I wanted to, again, reiterate, last year when I was up here, I said I would never come to you guys for wants. I'm going to come to you for needs. If I come to you for a need, I hope that you trust that it's for legitimate purposes, and I'm not trying to find some fancy wish list thing. Our idea last year was early spring, to get the grant that was out there for a victim witness advocate. Victim services is a real thing. We're lacking in it. I hate to say it, it's embarrassing, looking what our counterparts give their community to deal with these problems. We're not there. We're better than most. We got to get there. Had we gone and accepted that grant, which apparently it fell through, we would be in a hole. I'd be coming to you guys saying that I made a mistake. I trusted the grant. I have a person now employed by the town on a grant, and the grant's no longer available. Now we need to either let this person go, or I'm coming to you now for 2 positions. I'm a wise man. I am a young man. I'm not a stupid man. I know that would not be okay in the eyes of all of you up here. We didn't rush to it. We took our time, we reevaluated, and we had to come up with a strong understanding as to what is important for the organization to present to all of you up here today. And that's why we wanted to talk about that position of the second full-time prosecutor. I'd like to have Captain Timothy O'Donoghue come on up and talk about staffing and recruitment.
Good morning, thank you. Slide. So a lot of discussion has been made. We just discussed the non-sworn person, but I'd like to take a minute and talk about our sworn staffing numbers. As mentioned by the chair already, about 85% of our budget is dedicated to personnel, additional 7% for overtime. So that graphic represents about 92% of our overall budget. The authorized number for sworn staffing is at 67. Today, we stand at 57 sworn officers. That number is exactly the same as it was a year ago. And it's not for a lack of trying, and I'll discuss that in a moment. If you guys look at that top line, you'll notice the black over white officers. That represents our patrol force. The one below it, the black over blue, that represents the airport. And that one red one on the top right, that's your rank and file patrol. So that's the bulk of our staff is our patrol staff. Moving on there, the yellow is our SROs, the green, detectives, the gray is our lieutenants. That orange line represents all the patrol sergeants that cover both the town and the airport. The bottom line looks a little different from it did last year. We just simply flipped those numbers. So the pending last year was 6. The pending is now 4. The vacant was 4 and is now 6. So we have currently 6 open spots. And in that pending line, we have 2 certified officers in a background and 2 non-certified officers scheduled for the upcoming academy. Slide, please. So recruitment from January 2020 to October of this year, I really should say it says total applicants 183. That's really total candidates. We have a lot of folks that go into our application portal and apply, and we never see them. But the folks that we did see, those 183 there, 58 of those were PT or written test failures. Another 59 of them failed to get past our oral board. And then the 44 and the 22, those that passed those other things were given a conditional officer and ended up in our background process. 22 were failures out of the background. So during the course of the background investigation, we found something that immediately disqualified them from moving on. That 44 number is a little deceiving because that 44 number, very similar to the background failure. So that 44 is we find something or we're leading up to something and someone says, hey, you know what? These questions are tough. I don't want to go forward, or hey, I'm not really comfortable going forward on a polygraph, and then they withdraw from the process that way. So we will get some background failures. You know, they fail the psych, they fail the poly, and they're out. That additional 44 represents folks that may have been uncomfortable in that process and on their own, and rightfully so on their own, said, hey, I'm going to decline to continue. What that leads us to, since January 1st of 2020, we've hired 23 officers, which is pretty good. We're happy with that number. We'll take it. The problem is that bottom red line. Retired or resigned since January, the same time, is 25. So our attrition is outgaining our gains here. And it's a challenge. So this is the same challenge. We talked about it. All the departments are facing it. This is no different than you'd find in Derry or Hudson. And if anything, I think we're a little ahead of the game. We have a primary focus on finding and hiring certified officers. We save a little bit there in terms of training and other costs associated with different things. It's just a little bit easier. It's a little more efficient to bring on a certified officer. We tend to coach them more as opposed to teaching them. So we get them up and running. We get them on the road very, very quickly and efficiently.
Captain.
Please.
So
ask a question.
you've had 183 total applicants and 183 either fail or withdraw.
Of that number, yes, from that pool there.
Okay, so 183 and 183. So
So-
basically negated from all the applicants, right?
Yeah, so if we went back a slide, like I showed you, that 57, we're at net zero. I mean, we tread water, we're not exactly swimming.
Right.
And it's not from a lack of trying. I'm not trying to make excuses, but we're not willing to negotiate or lower our standards.
Oh, no, I'm not
So,
saying to
yeah,
do that.
so it's just the way the numbers fall.
No, it's just interesting to see that we've had 183 applicants, and of those 183 applicants, either fail in one way or another.
Yeah, no, in that same period, we did get 23 through, so,
Okay, so you're not
Sorry.
counting those 23 that
no.
came through in that
Yeah,
183?
yeah, correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Real quick, if I can.
Total applicants.
This number of 183, when we talked about it this week, when I tested in 1999 and 2000, I'm sure Captain Morrison, the gentleman over there, we would go to a police test. There'd be 150 to 180 people for one town for one opening. Once a year, if you're lucky. This is the reality of today. 183 in 3 years for 3, 4, 5, 6 positions. And as the captain said, and as I said last year, and it's been said in years past, we could fill that tomorrow. You're not gonna like what we give you. I don't want them working for us. I don't want them serving you folks. We have a standard and we will never waver from it. We will never waver from that. These numbers do look shocking, but it's the reality. You know, it's a dangerous job. People aren't jumping into it. They can make other money in the private sector. And of those that have retired, we've lost,
25.
gosh, probably 3 or 4 that had that 20-plus year range. We've lost them to, moving on to retirement jobs, other things. They've served their community, they've done their time, they want to be done.
The good news with that number is, those that retired, there was a window in which we had a number of officers at that point. We don't currently have that. Outside of the command staff, we have very few, if any, well, actually, there are none outside the command staff, that are in that retirement window. So some of this, kind of happens in cycles. So right now, we're actually pretty good. We're not necessarily at risk of losing folks to retirement at the sergeant level, lieutenant level, and the patrol level. We've reevaluated the way we recruit. We've reevaluated the way we test. We've moved to, rolling to kind of admissions. And once we get a pool of candidates, we then test them. We've opened it up for certified candidates. We're constantly taking certified candidates anytime, anywhere. Our training staff and our training folks, if there's a certified candidate, we get them out here. We put them through a PT test. We put them through an oil board. We get them command interviews. So no longer are we back to that, that spring and fall kind of hiring events. We're doing everything we can here, and we've really changed the model. In fact, we're a little bit ahead of it now. Some of these other departments are following what we're doing. So if we go-
Questions?
I have one weird question. If you have a police officer that's certified from another state or certified federally, can they do a lateral transfer in and do some kind of a
Yep.
a law class to get their New Hampshire certification?
So depending on where they go and what type of academy they went to, there are certain rules required by police standards and training. Generally speaking, it's just really if they're a certified police officer, they're going to come out. We're going to see if we can test them out of the law package. So we've actually had pretty good success. We get a kid out of Mass, maybe they grew up in New Hampshire, they're likely to test out in terms of knowing the New Hampshire statutes and the motor vehicle code. So there is the ability to test out. And again, we have a preference for that because we're not teaching them how to be police officers, we're just coaching them how to be Londonderry police officers.
Right.
So.
And despite the openings, we're budgeting 67 officers.
That's my understanding now, yes.
Yes.
We shifted last year to right-size some lines, but we're back to the
Yes.
the
Yep.
67 number.
We're budgeting for 67. And one important point to mention in the context of recruitment is we've got a brand-new contract. And that contract gets, we had fallen behind in terms of the market, and I think we were starting to see that in people leaving. That's no longer the case. I think we've got one of the most competitive contracts in the state, and that's going to put us in good stead, I think, going forward.
We've already seen that with certified officers, because we'll actually bring in lateral or certified officers, and we'll appropriately place them within our steps. So that's already coming to fruition. We're already seeing a benefit there. So thank you.
Big reason for us is we're forcing overtime now. So as we hire more officers, our overtime line will go down and it will flush itself out. And forcing overtime is just gonna chase officers away.
And if you go back one slide. Again, if we look at that white over the blue, I mean, that's what we're talking, right? That's who we're bringing in. We're filling those white spots and those blue spots. And ideally, we would move to the yellow and the green. There was an ask for SROs. There's always, our detectives are carrying, I think, over 130 cases right now, 30 cases apiece, so, you know, we're trying to bring them in because we're asking a lot of these folks.
What, I have a question. When you say the Londonderry Police Department is one of the most competitive police departments in the state, you're talking in terms of salaries and benefits, correct?
That's correct,
Okay, thank you.
Can I just say, not only that, but that only happened because of the working partnerships that the unions have with the budget,
Yep.
presenting their competitive salaries that other departments are doing to the town manager. Also the reputation that is out there. It's a humble brag, but it's not me. This has been this way. I've been here for 23 years. It's been this way since I got hired here. It's the reputation that's also carried this town to have some of the best. People want to be a part of that. And last year we were up here, we talked about staffing and numbers being down. And I said to you folks last year that if the numbers increase, we're going to add a body in detectives. Because again, as the captain mentioned, they're running 130 cases for each detective, plus backgrounds, plus call-outs for deaths or other crime scene matters. There's a lot that goes into it. We're down 6 as of today, standing here. There'll be a process starting soon. That 6 will be down to hopefully 3 or 4 taken by early spring. We're gonna be right where we need to be come June or July. And like I said last time, when we're up here telling you that we still draw certified officers, I think I mentioned this to the budget chair, this is on an average, a basic number of $100,000 savings. And last year we hired, I think it was 8 certified officers that some other town had and lost. We won, we recouped them, saving a ton of money for the taxpayers. So it's not that we can't recruit, it's not that people don't want to work here. We have a young department. So this should sustain us for a long time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain, yep.
Thank you, Captain.
Just gonna touch base real quick. Historical data. I can barely read that, so if you can't, just ask me. And, I mean, it's a huge TV and I still can't see it. Incident reports. The trend, as you can see, it started, dipped down at the COVID area. Now we're back up. So this morning, to date, our incident reports, we're at 1,800. So, and we've still got a couple months to go. Let's drop right down to the arrests. The arrests, you saw we were steady around that 18, 19 range. And obviously before 18, we were a lot higher than that. But then we dropped because of COVID. 2022, we had 560, starting the trend. Today, we're at 592. So we're going to beat that number, clearly, by a lot. Calls for service. That one shows us at 33,157. This morning, we're at 32,470 calls for service. 2 months ago, and we still have the winter season coming up, the holiday season coming up. Accident reports, 554 last year. As of today, this will be a great one to share. We're at 364. So, inquiring minds are like, how the heck does that happen? It happens because we're putting more cops on the street. We're increasing our traffic stops. We're increasing our visibility. Thanks to the Traffic Safety Committee and the complaints that people are able to share with different parts of the town, we're able to put officers in those areas when applicable. So right now, motor vehicle stops, we're at 10,731 for the year. So for people that say that they don't ever see the police in their neighborhood or that they don't make car stops, I don't know about you, but 10,731 car stops is a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot. So the officers that you folks employ, that you want in your neighborhoods, are out there doing their job, and these stats show it. These aren't inflated. This is the reality of what police work is. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, some are up, some are down, and that's where we're going. So to sit here, and I'm not going to, use it to my advantage and say, well, you should be cautious. The trends are showing what we're going to be back to. We're going to be back to normal numbers or higher. We all know what's happening in our community. It's booming. More residents are coming in, more apartments, more complexes, more businesses equals more traffic. More traffic, more accidents, more speeders, more violations, more traffic stops. So that's a proud one to share with you folks, is that the accidents are down. The proposed budget, the finance director is so smart, this is what he tells me. He tells me that we're gonna be at 10,480,000. 85% of that takes care of all the personnel expenses. The overtime is at 7. And I'll say it before anybody asks me. What do we do to combat overtime? Well, we say no to a lot of stuff. We try to have a lot of our training done on duty. It's no secret, but when we have someone do it on duty, that means a part of town is not being covered. Trying to be, responsible with our dollars. We're trying to do what's in the best interest of our budget for the community, and as you folks have directed us over the years. The overtime is also, as we talked about last time, I believe it was Councilman Green last year asked me, how can we limit, overtime and things of that with this slide last year? Well, we can't make people not call out sick. We can't make people not take vacations. We can't have people's family members not get sick. It's like all of us. We all are entitled to time off. We all have families. We all have things that come up, and we have to backfill those things. We have to put the police officers on the street to continue to meet the needs of our community. As you can see there, the 3%, that's a great one. That's just contracts and utilities. And then the 5% represents our capital lease, property, surplus, training, and tuition. I do believe, as I stand here before you folks and tell you that this command staff, including lieutenants who are not here today, take their job and responsibility very seriously when it comes to the budget. We have a great working relationship, lieutenants and captains, when they come to each of us in divisions and ask for the requests, the wants, the needs, the must-haves. We are on these things when I tell you to trust me that we pay attention to these things. We sure do. Here's the best slide of the day. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not seen this, the Londonderry Times put this out the other day. That's Officer Frank Civitelio. He is a trip. He is so much fun. He's on training right now. And he's doing a sock hop bag race thing, whatever it's called. I would trip and probably take out my shoulder or worse. And this right here, I wanted this in here for a reason. When we talk about a community engagement and what the men and women of your police department do, yes, we do DWIs. Yes, we go to domestics. Yes, we go to fatal car crashes. These things right here is what it's all about. Protecting our community, engaging with our citizens, and moments like that. The first day I saw that photo, I couldn't stop smiling. I am so proud and so happy to serve as your police chief with the men and women of this police department. I hope that presentation was well under an hour. I don't want to get scolded. And if any members of the Budget Committee have anything that you need from me, you know how to find me. As always, Town Council, Town Manager, thank you. Assistant Town Manager, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Any questions for the chief?
I do have a question.
Please proceed.
Chief, your 5% line, if you can go back a slide. Your 5% for your other, for capital leases, property, supplies, training, tuition.
Yep.
Does that also include maintenance for vehicles and the building and all of that?
That's under the building line. That was the one, we talked about last year, the building. We were funded last year for, or maybe FY23, we were funded for $18,000 to maintain that 20-year-old building.
Yeah, not a lot.
No. So again, working with the Budget Committee and the Town Manager and the Finance Director last year, we were able to fix that to an appropriate level. And I'm happy to tell you that that building maintenance line is, I think, where it should be. And we've done some great upgrades over there to some necessities that were needed.
So that doesn't fall into your graph?
That 5%, I believe it does, but.
It falls into the 5% category?
Yeah, which, what we were before, I think it was like 118% expended in the years past because it wasn't properly funded.
Correct.
Yeah.
So with your experience and judgment over the past year and a half now
Yeah.
and working with Justin, do you feel it's more adequately funded or?
I do, and I don't want to say this because I don't know where Justin is, if he's sitting behind me or not. But I don't usually trust my back to a lot of people, but if Justin's back there, I tell you, I do trust him when we talk about finances, and we're able to really look at these things and come together as a team and figure out what's in the best interest for our community. Meaning that, you know, people want to know where their money is going. And like I said last year, Ted, is that building is a sense of pride for me. It's not my house, but I treat it as if it was my own. And we maintain it as if it was my own. And it looks amazing over there, and I'm proud of it. And if there's an area within our budget that I think is not appropriately funded, I would have discussions with the town council. I would have discussions with the finance director. I'll have discussions with the budget committee, and I'll make sure that continually these numbers are accurate as possible.
Wonderful, thank you.
Absolutely.
Chief, can you speak a little bit to the IT line
The IT line,
or department
sure.
division? I'm just curious, so it's going from 254 in this year's approved budget to 361.
Well, I will tell you that if I can read that, I'm lying. I know we just, where did Campbell go? He's over here. We had discussions on the IT line because there were some contractual increases that obviously are out of our control.
64.
IT line, Division 10.
It's under support.
64.
Is yours the smallest?
Sorry, can you go that line again?
The management
Page
services.
Page 64, the purchase services, professional and technical section. It's up $97,000 budget, year over budget year.
So, yes, let me explain what that is there. It's not that bad. And I'm saying that in terms of, well, no, I'm saying that in terms of, I spoke with the public safety IT person, Tom Roy, and he had a different idea of where things should be placed than I did when I created the budget last year. So if you look at rentals and leases, last year there was a budget of $44,000. If you look at this year's budget, that's no longer there. That was moved up into that 197 that you're referencing.
Sure. But that category or subsection in general is up 97,000, accounting for both the.
Yes. And that is due to various contracts for their IT services. This line here accounts for all their contracts, their copiers, and various items. And that line will actually be decreasing another 28,900. And the reason for that is if you look, the telephone line is still funded at 28.9. They put that in their management services line.
Okay, so we're still looking at a 50% increase in that category.
Correct. The IT department's the police department's IT division is somewhat recently new, within the last 5 years, to boost their security. So we are working towards making sure that they're getting funded at the level they need to make sure to prevent any technical issues or security issues there could be.
So two things happened on the line. We reallocated lines that weren't spent, and then the 50% increase is reflective of all the increases in like our software costs in, licensing and all that.
Exactly, and a lot of those licensings and software increase, you're looking at 3 to 5% for each one. We try to get those contracts tied to CPI or something of that nature, but currently that wouldn't matter.
And Tom's very good. We actually renegotiated a bunch of them. We've cut some, and that's still what we're left with. And we have that broken down, and we can provide that.
Yeah,
to
if
anybody
any
who needs it.
detail would be appreciated at the next workshop. It's 3 to 5% of everything.
Oh, no,
so 3 to
absolutely,
5%.
I have it right there. That's why I jumped up.
I believe it may be the case as well, and correct me if I'm wrong, Justin, that, we've been very methodical about making sure that we understand what contracts are out there so that they can be reflected in default. And I think it may be the case that there were some contracts that were
Correct.
in effect that were not reflected in default, and we don't want that. We can't have that.
Correct, and I mean, that also shows, if you look at the line, how much was spent last year compared to what it was budgeted at. You'll see it's a significant amount. So this year I went and focused on trying to get those contracts, make sure they're accounted for. That way we're not overspending that line and then not providing a service somewhere else. Since we have them in place and they should be reflected in the budget to actually show what the town is spending, rather than just showing it in the actual line once it's spent.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
And I have something, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please proceed.
So jumping back to the possibility of adjustments to the airport contract to cover some of the cost for the prosecutor, when is the contract renegotiated with the airport?
I mean, next year.
2025.
2025, okay, so even if it's something we can't fix now, it's something we could get on the table then.
Just so you know also, sir, that an officer who is working at the airport, should he or she have to go to court, that overtime is billed as airport overtime. Another example is we had an arrest at the checkpoint this morning for a domestic violence case for the town of Hillsborough. That arrest will never go to court, that won't incur court costs. And just because I had that opportunity to share some numbers like that, but that contract is 2025, and we're only doing a couple dozen arrests a year up there, believe it or not.
Fair enough, but there's still an argument to be made to try and get the airport to cover some of that as part of the contract, If we can get money from them for that, why not?
And
We will try.
I'll work with the chief of the airport.
Cool.
Anything else?
Yes.
So, in the line, under, on page 65 of it, under the uniforms and cleaning benefits, the amount that was actually spent, 126,000, but you're only appropriating $90,000. I was just wondering, what was the reasoning for the 30% decrease in the amount that you're, asking for and the amount that's been spent? What was the thought process? Were there some sort of trends, the reasoning that this could be?
Give me 1 second.
Joe, what page again?
So, page 65.
Thank
I think we have an easy explanation for that one.
It just caught my eye because it was such a steep
Yep.
decrease. I was wondering how.
Hey, I thought decreases are good.
Oh, they are good. That's why.
So that's a mixture of two items. It's based on the staffing level. Essentially, part of the union contract is we pay a certain dollar amount for them to maintain and upkeep their uniforms, so we don't necessarily have to buy them new uniforms every single year. The other aspect is recently, within the last 3 years, we realized that the IRS requires us to run this expense through payroll, so that way the taxes are paid on it. Our ERP system, by saying it's not the best, I would be giving it too much credit, won't allow us to segregate that expense out between departments. So that's why you'll see that 126 in that one, because that's where it was, that's where the ERP system put it. You'll likely see the same thing in the fire department as well when you get to that portion, is you'll see 0 actuals and then 1 well over. And the reason being is between those items, if that makes sense, if that.
Does.
Perfect.
Are you
Good. If I can make a comment that those detailed questions with lines in the book and stuff like that, I think our next workshop is gonna be more catered to that, to give everybody a chance to look through the books and then come back on November 20th. And then we'll have more questions like that, I assume.
fair
All
enough?
right, so you're trying to tell me your ERP system is not highly configurable and that you can't move things around inside of it?
Our ERP system is no longer available for sale.
All right, so as a guy who knows just a little bit about ERP, maybe someday in the near future, you should surface that, and perhaps we can move to some sort of SaaS system that is more up to date.
I would agree with that. My concern right now is in these economic times, you're looking at the estimates I've gotten has been between 150 and 350 in how much it would cost.
We can have an
And-
offline discussion, because the ERP software business is suffering the same economic times that everyone else is suffering, and they are more aggressive in their pricing now than they have been in the past.
Well, that's great news to hear.
We should have a conversation about that offline, and maybe I can help with that process, since I did it for 20 years.
That would be great to hear, and
may know
I'll
someone
tell you
that-
right now, my staff and a lot
I
of
may
town
know
hall will be
somebody.
very happy to get rid of this ERP system.
I may know somebody to call.
Yes.
We are currently the only one in New Hampshire that utilizes this system.
We're using One World, right?
New World,
New World.
which was bought out by
Which is now
Tyler
called One
Technologies. Nope, it's still New World.
Okay.
They're no longer, they're still servicing it, they're no longer selling it.
Is this the same ERP company out of Michigan?
I believe so.
All right, I know who it is.
It's now Tyler Technologies.
All right, never mind. All right.
I don't know how the police turned into my ERP system, but I do like the conversation. Let's keep going.
I understand, but I'm on the clock. Fire. Not a fire, but fire. Hey, listen, our librarian Erin is sitting back there, and she's saying to herself, going, "We're not hitting this 12:30 thing. When am I going to go?" So you know, I mean, I know she's not saying that, but she's thinking it. So act like you have a fire, and let's do this presentation.
Wow.
Put a fire under your pants. We can move with urgency.
Right along.
So you know, no leniency. First year as chief.
Well, good morning, town leadership. Thank you for this opportunity. For us, this is exciting time because it's truly our opportunity to advocate for not only our fire department, but also, just as importantly, the taxpayers. And we get to do this through this process. My predecessor stood up here the day he read his retirement into the record, and he said that the state of the fire department was strong. And he wasn't kidding, it is. And that is because of you and the voters. We're in a good spot. There are some needs that we're going to identify, but without further ado, we're going to get right into this.
Please proceed, gentlemen.
Londonderry Fire Department is changing the game as the New Hampshire Fire Service. Call volume, the nature of calls, all these things are changing. It's incumbent upon the fire department to change with that battle space in order to meet that new mission.
Our members respond to approximately 4,500 calls a year. We cover an area of 42 square miles and serve a population of approximately 28,000 residents. Our three firehouses are positioned north, south, and central, respective to the town. And each one of those fire stations has a front-run engine company, as well as a ambulance that services the population.
One of the things that's unique about the fire service is that there is no substitute for experience, and the only way to get experience is time on the job in many cases.
Londonderry is a great place to work. We have top-of-the-line equipment, top-of-the-line apparatus. If something bad is to happen or if someone's house is to catch fire, we all want to be here to be able to respond and help out and ultimately do our job.
This department has a lot of unique features. Additional responsibilities of rapid sequence intubation, the ability to paralyze, sedate, paralyze, and intubate people. That is a skill that is reserved for only a handful of organizations throughout the state of New Hampshire. And Londonderry is one of those agencies.
Our mission is to preserve life, protect property, and safeguard our town through a relentless commitment to emergency preparedness, prevention, response, recovery, and adaptability. We here at Londonderry Fire have an official, unofficial saying, and that saying speaks to who we are as an organization. Firefighters first, mission always. And that's important to us as an organization to move our department into the future to be the best version of ourselves as we can be. So the big component you've heard is recruitment. When we say we're changing the game, we mean it. Charles Darwin mentioned that it's not the strongest that survives or the smartest, it's the one most adaptable to change. We now, I can say in Londonderry, no longer have a recruitment issue. We have people coming to our department now wanting to work for this community through efforts like this. And this video was professionally done, supported by Local 3160, the firefighters union, meeting us halfway to put some money together to put out that product to educate our community. And it's working. Next slide. So, go back to the, perfect, thank you. All right, so the contents of today's presentation, it's very streamlined because we get the benefit off of Chief O'Brien's success and his effort. We're going to introduce to you today a mission statement and a vision statement. The mission statement has been streamlined, and the vision statement that you're going to see today is brand new. We've never had one before, but we felt that it was important to include one. And we're going to talk about the conditions of the fire department, or the challenges, the actions that we're taking to combat those challenges, the needs, and the end state. So, mission statement, which is the fundamental purpose of the fire department, and that is to preserve life, protect property, and safeguard our town through a relentless commitment to emergency preparedness, prevention, response, recovery, and adaptability. It's one sentence now. It used to be longer. For the mission of saving lives and protecting property, we can streamline that and make it for what it is to be more effective. And then the vision statement, which we feel is very important. This was shared with the organization last night so that they had it before the public, which is important to us. But a vision is your desired future of the department. And that is to be the state of New Hampshire's premier, all-hazard, forward-thinking, and progressive emergency service organization that exceeds the expectation of the town of Londonderry through professional, competent, and compassionate service delivery. And I want to highlight compassionate. The town of Londonderry is used to a lifestyle that's provided by its emergency services. And part of that is compassion, because it's not lost on us that the people who we respond to are human beings. We're human beings. So that compassion goes a long way for someone on their worst day when they call us. All right, so the format of the presentation is going to follow what we call in the fire service conditions, actions, and needs, as I mentioned. We're going to go over the conditions, the actions, and again, the needs of the fire department. When we got together as a command staff, we said, what is the one thing that we need as an organization to protect our people and to protect the citizens? And it came down to safety. Everything else is doing really well. Safety is where we want to improve our position on. And under safety, we have our staffing and our fleet, and we're going to dive into those in the presentation. So, Deputy Chief LeBlanc, go ahead and take over the conditions of safety.
Ladies and gentlemen, our safety line is utilized for the direct safety of our members in this community, but also we utilize it as an indirect way to affect the direct costs for our members and the town. So if you look at this chart, on the left-hand side, we have required testing. Now, these numbers are an annual or one-time cost, and I'll explain that as I go through this. But the items listed under required testing are things that we have to, by law, test every year, or we cannot use them in this community. And it costs us about $16,000 a year to do those things. The bottom one, NIOSH fit testing, is something that it directly affects our members. They have to go through a testing process to make sure that they can breathe in a breathing apparatus properly, that it fits them properly, so that they don't get hurt in a building fire or a dangerous atmosphere. And then all of the things above it are testing directly related to pieces of equipment we use on a regular basis. In the middle, that is the cost to date to outfit one person in bunker gear or firefighting gear. It's $13,250 for one member to have 2 sets of gear, a set of forestry gear, 1 helmet, 1 set of boots, 1 set of gloves, and a full breathing apparatus to operate. We make sure that our members have 2 sets of gear for a reason. If you go to a fire, because of the chemicals and things that get on your gear, we require them to wash it right away. Cancer, as we know, is through the roof in the fire service, and we are not going to allow our members, after they go into an environment, not to take that gear off and wash it. So we require them to have 2 sets so that on any given day, they use 1 set and it needs to be washed, they have another. They're not left using a dirty set of gear. Now, I can tell you there have been times recently where we've had multiple fires in a day, and we have to come up with creative ways, sharing gear and whatnot. But 2 sets of gear is an ideal number for our members. And then all the way to the right, that is the cost of hiring. And as the chief touched on, recruitment and hiring is something that we've all been struggling with. But I can tell you through our due diligence, we are 3 positions away from filling our roster. We have 2 conditional offers out right now, and we have 2 members taking the state testing exam, hopefully being able to offer a 3rd conditional offer. And if we get through that, in the last 6 months, we'll have filled our roster, which is huge. That helps a lot of costs in many different ways. The total cost to outfit a member through the hiring process and then our clothing obligations contractually is about $2,500 a person. Chief, next slide. So the actions.
Bill, real quick.
Yeah.
That's 16,000, is that per firefighter for the required testing line?
That's
for
not
the
per
whole-
firefighter. That's because that's not based on fire. So aerial testing is the testing of the 2 ladder trucks ladder every year, that it's not going to collapse. Pump testing is to make sure the pumps on all of the engines function properly and can pump properly. Hose testing, nozzle testing, ground ladder inspection testing has to be done for those pieces of equipment. So that's not broken down by person, that's broken down by specific, I guess, item that we have to test yearly.
So it's 16,000 across.
So it's 16,000 across the board to do those items. The only ones on that are, the only one that's per person is the fit testing at the bottom.
Yep.
And we do that annually, and when new people come on, one of the first, on their first or second day with the department, we send them down to Mass to be fit tested.
Wonderful, thank you.
You're welcome. So the actions, we've been utilizing our capital reserve, and thanks to Chief O'Brien's diligence in keeping that up, we've been able to utilize that to purchase PPE, which in past has come out of this line. But due to the increased costs of personal protective equipment, the line cannot sustain purchasing that, so we have had to use the capital reserve. Ways we've tried to bring costs down is we've tried and we've looked into and we've utilized different manufacturers for PPE that provide the same level of quality that we expect, but we're able to get these pieces of equipment in a quicker time, depending on the manufacturer. When it comes to testing, we've tried to group things together. We've tried to group hose and nozzle with the same testing agency or ladders with the same testing agency, so as to bring costs down. Instead of having 6 or 7 different testing agencies, we found agencies on the outside that can test our things and do multiple pieces at the same time, thus giving us a better price when they test our hose and our nozzles together or our ladders together. The hiring process, it used to take 12 to 16 weeks. We've streamlined it to 8 weeks pending no major hiccups. The key with that is by bringing it down, making it quicker, we're getting people on the line faster. By getting people on the line faster, we're bringing overtime costs down because we're having those positions filled and they're not being filled with overtime. So by streamlining that, we've been able to fill our roster quicker with qualified candidates. By streamlining it, it does not take away from the process that we've used all along. It's just we've figured out ways to make the process faster so that we can get them on the line quicker without getting in the way of compromising the process. And then, as you all know, we came to you for monies out of our capital reserve to outfit our spare vehicles with the appropriate tools, equipment, hoses, nozzles. And by doing that, we are allowing ourselves to have reserve pieces of apparatus ready to go when another piece of apparatus goes down, which then in turn provides the best safety and the best response for the community. Key points that we think are worth noting on: the National Fire Protection Association requires annual testing to ensure our members' safety. We choose to use third parties to conduct testing for risk mitigation. We used to do our own hose testing. We feel that having an outside unbiased party do it is the best way because, let's be honest, when our own members do it, they're going to do it because we ask them to do it, but they're not always going to do it to the best standard they can. So by having an outside entity do it, it ensures that our equipment is tested by an unbiased party to the best of its abilities. Our personal protective equipment has a lifespan, and with increased volume and increased training and increased wear, it causes that PPE to degrade. Training, we all know with our new people, we have to do training. Training is intense, and training is killing some of our gear quickly. But it's something we have to do to make sure that our members are as prepared as possible. We do try to use old sets of gear for training, stuff that has not expired, that is still meets standards, but is well used. We are doing that to try to combat some of the loss we are getting with training, but it still happens. We had 2 members go to the fire academy with an old set of gear, and when they came back, it was so torn up that it wasn't usable anymore. Unfortunately, the cost of PPE has increased 200% in the last 10 years. It's just gone through the roof, and it has to do with PFOAs that I'm sure you've heard are in gear, and the manufacturing process, and the things needed to make our gear as safe as possible. But because of that, we are feeling that increase. And hiring costs have increased. The people we hire to do the polygraph and the psychological exams, they've increased their prices, right? Because they're feeling the same increase that we all are. Next slide, Chief. The needs of the fire department. We need to have a better route for funding our PPE other than withdrawing from capital funds. We understand that it's necessary at times and we're willing to do it, but in past we were able to do it by budgeting for it, and we're looking for ways to try to do that again. NFPA requirements get more stringent every year. We continue to have to meet them with our testing, and there needs to be funds to continue to do that because we have no other choice for the safety of our members and the town. And the last piece of this is the near miss we had made us really look at how we can pay close attention to the accountability of our members, specifically in emergency scenes. And there are programs out there that we are looking for, specifically in computing programs that allow us to have the best accountability we can have on an emergency scene. These programs take the pieces of the resources that have been called to an emergency scene and they drop them into a computer screen, and it allows the incident commander to not have to go over the radio and ask what the 15 fire trucks they're getting from what towns they're getting depending on the size of the incident. It's all right there for them. And what that allows them to do is then move those pieces into play to have a better understanding and awareness to where people are in emergency scenes. And by doing that, it makes their job not easier, but better for the accountability of the many people that could be on a scene. So we're looking at ways to try to utilize some of this technology and software to better our accountability, because that is one of the #1 causes of deaths or injuries on major emergency scenes is lack of accountability. And so we're looking at ways to try to be better at that for our members.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
The next group is going to discuss our fleet, our rolling fleet, and Deputy Chief Heinrich is going to dive into that, the conditions, actions, and needs of the fleet.
I just need to stand. I'm a stander. All right, so our fleet is aging poorly. I don't know how else to explain that. There's been a number of reasons for that. Some of it's budgetary, but a lot of it is, and I'm not going to say COVID a lot, but COVID has delayed our lead time to purchase apparatus, and for some reason it has made the cost of apparatus crazy. What I thought was crazy a couple years ago for about $800,000 for a new fire truck is now $1.2 million.
Is that for an engine?
Per engine. One single fire engine with a lifespan for us about 15 years.
So that makes an aerial 4 million?
It's making it a little bit north of 2 million, yeah. It's
The big aerial would be like 4 million now?
no, a little more than 2.
Okay.
But if you say 4, they'll build one for 4. But you're right.
Thank you, Chief.
I can't tell you that in 5 years from now, it won't be close to that $4 million. It's just, it's crazy. I can't explain it any other way. Some of the costs are built into NFPA requirements, which are a minimum that the builders won't go below because of safety reasons. So I'm going to break down each of these and then we can talk about them however you'd like. So our numbers fluctuate, and the reason for that is our vehicles are getting older. So as you can see, the highlighted number here is for engine 4, which is our reserve. That's been placed in service a lot more over the last couple of years because of wear and tear on all the other vehicles. So every time engine 1, 2, or 3 goes out of service, engine 4 goes into service to replace it, and then when that goes back into reserve, it's not used. At some point, engine 4 can also be used as a additional engine by people that come off duty, but typically those numbers are all driven by it's replacing another engine so that it can get either repairs or preventative maintenance. Yep.
Can I?
Oh, by all means, please.
Real quick, so just looking at the number, Station 2 is the one that has
Yep.
the highest call volume, followed by 1 and then Central,
Sort of. So,
depending on the call, I'm sure.
right, so what Central is it has a really small first due area, but the entire town is its second due area.
Yeah.
So if there is a medical call, it responds, the first ambulance responds throughout the entire town. So it may go to Station 2's district with engine 1. If we have any kind of a fire alarm, which is our initial alarm, that's going to be an engine and a ladder. So depending on where apparatus is and who's available or not, Central will respond with one of the outstations. So while its first due district is a little bit smaller, its entire town is what it responds to. The numbers on there also show a decrease because engine 3 is not always available. So our ambulances, first due ambulance is dedicated to the entire town. The next due ambulance is in that district, as long as they're available. So if engine 2 is on a medical in their district, their engine is tying up the resources of the ambulance. So the next closest ambulance is going to be out of headquarters, which is ambulance 4, and that takes engine 3 out of service. So it can't respond to another call. So we do about 50%, 46%, multiple calls at the same time. So what happens is Central is usually drawn down first, and apparatus like the engine is not available. Also on here, you can see that there's been a decrease in engine 2's and engine 1's responses. That's because we moved the 2 aerials that we have, ladder 2 and truck 1, to the outstations to hopefully have them available more often because of that ambulance situation. So while engine 2 looks like it's doing less business, Station 2 is doing more business. And you'll see that on the next slide where the trucks and the aerials, truck 1 and ladder 2, are doing more business because it's now available. So,
Thank you.
Sorry, Chief, when
By
we
all
look at
means.
these numbers, these years, 2023 is this calendar year or the fiscal year 23?
so these are calendar years.
Okay, so these are these projected numbers or year-to-date through?
These are year-to-date. So while we can guess pretty reliably on total call volume, it's really difficult to project the apparatus.
Yeah,
'cause-
just to write it,
Yeah.
so I understand. Okay.
So that's where we are now, and our volume is up. We've recovered from a COVID low, and we're increasing our volume, but it's not crazy. It's just a nice steady growth right now. So, all right, so these are our specialty vehicles, meaning that they all have a special use versus the engine or the ambulance. The rescue is out of headquarters. Like I said, we moved ladder 2 into Station 2 and truck 1 to Station 1 within the last 2 years. So that's why we have an increase in the volume of their calls, because they're more available. So ideally, we send an engine and a ladder. When we were busy with calls out of headquarters, we'd sometimes just end up with 2 engines, which is not what we prefer, but it was what was available at the time. So that's why there's more usage on ladder 2 and truck 1, and less usage on engine 1 and engine 2.
Chief, is truck 1 the tool truck?
Truck 1 is the bucket.
And rescue 1's the tool truck?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So, good point, I'm sorry. So a rescue is basically a big toolbox for us. It has a lot of specialties. The first one is vehicle accidents. it has the jaws of life, it has airbags, it has other specialties. Its second specialty is hazardous materials. It has a lot of stuff related to the spill of hydrocarbons, particularly. It has some confined space technology, it has some trench rescue, it has our ice rescue equipment, it has our cascade so we can get extra breathing air, and it has whatever else we can find room for. So the ladder truck is a straight stick, it has just a ladder on it. The truck has a bucket on it, which is better for industrial areas. The ladder is better for residential areas. And the tanker we added back in 16 because we identified that we have about less than 50% town coverage for hydrants. So we have a lot of areas that don't have hydrants within 1,000 feet. So the tanker, while it doesn't run on a lot of calls, when it's there, it gives us that water supply that we desperately need.
Mr. Chairman, one note on that. There's a nice intersection here between life safety and water infrastructure. That pipe that we talked about running all the way down High Range Road is going to be sized for fire protection.
No, that's great. I mean, and I'm sure, the tanker, I'm sure, goes out like they come in for mutual aid between all the towns here, because everybody
Yep.
has the same problem.
Yes, so for us, in an area that doesn't have a hydrant, we will send our tanker and we'll ask for a mutual aid tanker. Same thing with other communities. We'll provide our tanker to them. And that's the beauty of mutual aid, is it should be a give and take. There should be a nice balance between what you're providing and what they're giving to you as well.
Are you ever finding that you're running out of water from a situation with the tankers?
We, with the exception of one fire that we had a number of years ago, we're doing really well with the tanker and the mutual aid tankers. Luckily, with good, quick notification, we are finding the fires to be small. We also have foam, not PFOA foam. This is Class A foam, which is a biodegradable. Basically, it's a detergent. Those two together help us put a lot of the fires out. And if you see us either on Facebook or on our website, a lot of the fires are room and contents and maybe a little bit more. But early detection is what's really making that. If it's beyond half of the building on fire when we get there, it's not going to really matter. I mean, it's at that point, the losses are incredible. Even for we had a house fire that was just room and contents, and the cost of renovation was over $100,000, and it was a very minor fire. So, and if you involve a kitchen or other part of your area of your house, the cost goes up dramatically as well. All right, so, thank you. Ambulances. So ambulances, Ford is killing us. Trying to get a cab and chassis from any of these vendors has been difficult. They would prefer to sell a top-of-the-line pickup truck because they have the chips versus an ambulance where they don't make a lot of money, and they're not interchangeable. We're currently reserved 2 chassis, and when I say Ford, Ford is the vendor we use for a number of reasons, but it's throughout the industry. There's just no ambulances available. I think we're having the same problem with dump trucks and other service vehicles. So we have 2 reserved, and as soon as they get into the vendor, then we'll start production on them. One of them is going to be a brand-new ambulance, and one of them is a remount. So what we're trying to do is we buy a really nice product, and we're going to take the ambulance box off and put it on a brand-new chassis, and we're hoping to get an equal amount of lifespan out of that at a reduced cost. So that'll be the first time that we've done this. I might be back in a year or 2 and saying it works terrific. I'm hoping. A lot of places do it, a lot of places don't. It's something that we haven't tried, and we're going to try that as well. The reason that those numbers are highlighted under Medic 4 is because back in 2000, basically the beginning of the COVID, we changed our response model, And Medic 4 was strictly a reserve piece, just like Engine 4 was. We didn't use it unless something broke. We changed how we respond, and we added that as a second piece out of headquarters. So as a result, it runs on second due calls, just like Medic 1 and Medic 2 do. One of the decisions that we have made, and it's okay so far, is normally we rotate vehicles to even off mileage and wear and tear. We've decided that we're going to sacrifice Medic 3 with the idea that in the next year or so, we'll have a replacement. And so we're putting a lot of mileage on that, with the idea that we can keep Medic 1 and 2 in better shape because the lifespans are exceeding what we project. We would like to have a lifespan of about 8 years, 6 years as a primary, 2 years as a backup. With delays, you can see our apparatus is getting older, so Medic 3 is really taking a beating, and that's one of the reasons you'll see that we asked for an increase in our vehicle maintenance. All right. Are there any questions so far?
Please continue.
Okay. So our average age of an engine is 7.5 years. While that's important to us is for a number of reasons. The most recent fire truck that we're looking at is going to take 3 years to get in the door. We've never had that. We've had a year was like crazy. 9 months was normal. So 3 years is pushing out all of our replacements a lot further than we ever anticipated. So as a result, our fleet is aging. We also, as a result of that, the cost is increasing. So that squeeze between the cost and replacing stuff is hurting us, and we're working with the finance department to figure that out. Same thing with the ambulances. We really should have one ambulance that's at 8 years. We should have one that's at 6, 4, and 2. So our average lifespan, life should be around 4 years, and it's double that almost. Specialty vehicles, they're aging as well. The good thing about those is that they're holding up relatively well. So we're pushing those back on replacement because we think that they're going to last. Would we love a brand new rescue? Yeah. Do we need a brand new rescue right now? No. This was just thrown in this year because we have gone through a lot of tires this year. So tires are costing us about $500 for a piece of, for an ambulance, and over $1,000 per tire for a fire truck. The rubber costs have gone crazy, and I'm assuming that is affecting the other departments in town as well. I mentioned the cost of a new engine, $1.2 million. I'd never think I would say that. And over $2 million north of that for the aerial trucks. The reason we put this next thing up there is our rolling stock to replace today is about $12 million. We have budgeted for the heavy apparatus, not the ambulances, $120,000, which is about 1%. So if you correlate that to your own vehicle, you buy a $60,000 car, you're only going to have $600 to put into maintenance for that every year. I mean, not bad when they're brand new. You still have to do service on them, but as you start replacing brakes and tires, that cost doesn't keep up. So as age increases, maintenance is going to have to increase. Last year was a big year, and we got an increase in that, but those two do truly correlate. The other thing about your vehicles, so my personal car is 10 years old. So that's okay if it doesn't start tomorrow, and that's okay because I'm not paying car payments, so I'm saving money on one and not paying on the other. But all of these vehicles need to be available and in service at all times. So that's one of the key points of keeping the age down as well. Any questions on either one of those?
So Chief Heinrich, with
Yes,
our
sir.
projections of not being able to get vehicles out for a couple of years, and as well with the cost of them going up, are we going to probably project that we're going to need to probably increase our line item for maintenance, as we're not going to be able to replace these as quickly as we would like?
Yeah, and we have an increase last year. We have another increase this year, which is kind of where we're going with this. And we're working with our finance department to try to figure out a good way to catch up on the replacement costs. But I never thought we'd hit 3 years. Not even 6 months ago, they were talking 2.5, and now they're 3, so.
And you had mentioned we went through 40 tires this year alone. You have a projection for past years, how we had done?
So this year, we just had a perfect storm. So one of the requirements for NFPA is that tires are no older than 10 years. So we had hit a number of vehicles that had 10 years on their tires. We also go through a lot of tires on our ambulances because they're four-wheel drive, which is wonderful 4 months of the year, but it chews up tires a lot more on a pickup truck than it would normally. So we go through tires a little more on the ambulances than you would if they were two-wheel drive, but we get that added benefit of four-wheel drive when we need it for a couple of months out of the year. No, we shouldn't have that kind of hit for tires again. We're shooting for usually 10 to 12 tires a year, so next year should be a lot better.
I'm surprised with how many miles your vehicles put on that's how few tires you need to get.
Well, it's, the ambulances put a lot of mileage on. They truly do, so.
Question.
Yeah, please proceed.
Fred,
Yes, sir.
when we go to purchase, you said we, in some cases, are a year and a half out before we can get the vehicle. Once we order that vehicle, what is the financial ramifications? When is the payments due, or what is the payment system for that vehicle? Is it money up front and then we have to wait 3.5 years, or how does that work?
All right, so because there's no incentive for us to prepay, we do look at that. They do include a prepayment. I think Justin laughed at the latter prepayment benefit.
With 6% interest rates, I did,
Yeah. So we do a lease purchase plan, and depending on the cost and the amount of money that's available within our lease budget, it will extend it out. Never do we want to extend it out beyond the lifespan of the vehicle. So that's one of our biggest concerns. Like the engine that's going to be 3 years out. I can speak for Justin and myself. I have no idea what your interest rate's going to be in 3 years, and I know that he doesn't. So for budgeting purposes, it's tough to say, hey, in 3 years from now, we're going to get an interest rate of 2%, and we can spread that cost out over 8 years, or we're going to get an interest rate of 6%, and we're going to have to cost that out over 12 years. If I'm not,
Nope, you're absolutely right. I'm just going to provide a little more detail on that. I believe the prepayment discount was about $57,000, which after 1 year of payments and not receiving the vehicle, we would have already pretty much spent $57,000 in interest when, if we hold on, essentially it's taking a calculated risk that at some point the interest rates within the next 3 years are not going to be 5, 6, 7%. That very well could backfire. However, based on what I've heard from from our banking partners and various economic aspects, the feds are anticipating decreasing over the next 2 years, which would play in our favor at that point. But reviewing it at this point where the prepayment was not worth it, where we're going to see it for 3 years and essentially have to make payments on a vehicle we don't have for 3 years, at a very high interest rate, it was not worth it and did not make financial sense at this point.
So since you volunteered to come up here, my question is completely different. For the November 20th meeting, we had a discussion 3 or 4 years ago about bringing in an in-house diesel full-time mechanic. We don't have a facility to actually, and I understand we don't have a facility to actually service them in. Could you please talk to police, fire, and public works? What is our total maintenance cost? What are we spending now? What does it cost us to outsource all of this? And then we can take a look at what it would be to have somebody, maybe 1 or 2 people, actually available to service all of our vehicles in-house. And I don't know if it's worth doing or not, but I think but the one big advantage to it is availability of the vehicles from what I'm hearing, because we probably can turn things around faster and put them back in service faster. But could you please look into that for us?
So I can tell you right now that all three of those departments have their own fleet manager or type of mechanic. And
Are
we
they
run it-
diesel mechanics who can fix something?
I believe fire
So
does, correct?
I can speak on that. So we do have one of our firefighters, full-time firefighters, that has another business that's diesel repair. So he does some work, but he doesn't do a lot of it because of, one, the space to do it, and two, all of the other equipment. We would love to partner with the highway department to have a heavy vehicle maintenance person. We're paying some of our vendors $180 an hour to do repairs. We are paying over $1,000 to do a preventative maintenance on a vehicle. You lube, oil, filter, change the oil, change filters. It's $1,000 for that. So if we could partner with the highway department, that would, the fixed cost of the oil is very cheap, and the filters, it's the labor. And if we could partner with the highway department at some point when they have a facility, that would be wonderful for our end of the business as well. And they can prioritize, hey, there's a snowstorm, they can fix snow stuff. Hey, there's preventative maintenance. Hey, that a fire truck went down that we need. We don't have that ability with a vendor. I mean, to them, a fire truck out of service is just as important as a dump truck out of service. So, or
The
five
tag
other.
team off of his question is, how long is the vehicle out of service when you go to get it serviced?
Right, and that's not at our whim. I mean, preventative maintenance, perfect. We can schedule that, and we have a time slot. If something severe breaks, that's gonna be at their leisure, unfortunately. And part of it is parts as well, but truly, it's at their leisure when they fix it, because we're just another customer.
I only have 17% to play with in these budgets, so this may be, a fruitless exercise, but in the spirit of like, don't bring anything without a solution.
So this is one.
Appreciate it, but if we could just take a peek at it.
Yep, absolutely. This is one that we typically look at, and like I mentioned, the fire has one, DPW has one. We run into the issue of a lot of these items, they don't have the facility to actually do the work.
I understand that.
They
That's
have the
something else we
talent, they
to
have the
talk about.
capability, and they try to do what they can, and that's, to be honest, why some of these vehicles that are past their useful life have been able to operate past their useful life, is because of the care they take on their own, as well as trying to avoid sending it out to save money to be able to take care of them further. I have no problem running those figures and trying to get that for you.
We can talk about the facility, if the numbers make some sort of sense, but that's, there, you had a question.
Yeah, a
come to
real
you.
quick question. When you have to send a piece of apparatus down to be repaired or whatever, how does that vehicle get there? And how does that drive, I mean, who takes it down and how do they get back?
So,
Is that considered overtime costs, or are we taking guys out of the station that's on duty to move this equipment down there? Just kind of explain it.
so as most of the answers in the fire service, it depends. So, simple maintenance like, we'll drop off the vehicle to one of the vendors. So because we have Fords, and one of the reasons we have Fords is because Ford of Londonderry is really good to us about prioritizing the ambulance. So the on-duty crew will drop off the ambulance at Ford of Londonderry. The vendor that we're using right now is Kenworth of New England, which is in town as well, and the crews can drop that off. If it's more of a specialty thing, like our Pierce dealership, luckily for us, they moved from basically Foxwood to Methuen. So a lot of the work now we bring down to Methuen, but that will, it involves overtime, because we don't want to take a crew out of service for an hour to drop off and pick up a vehicle. And usually that involves me following them, picking them up, dropping them off. The other day, we had to bring an ambulance to Nashua for tires, and I dropped off somebody, I picked up somebody there, and then Phil was able to drop off one of our staff people, and the on-duty staff basically picked up the ambulance. So we try to do that to save costs, but sometimes it's going to incur overtime.
This may come into our bigger discussion with the DPW facility at some point, but we may want to incorporate mechanical lifts and all the right apparatuses to be able to service these vehicles, not just for DPW vehicles as well.
Yeah, and one of the biggest concerns with the aerial is we need to have a high enough space where the aerial can go up and then the cab can open. And not a lot of facilities have that, and we barely have.
This other guy's gonna give a presentation later, I'm betting it's down there.
Well, if he wants my vote, it will be.
All right, anything else?
Well, to that point, if that happens down the road, that we have a facility to do those things, should we then be creating kind of a subdivision of DPW that has all the mechanics, instead of being under the fire budget and under the police budget, put them all in one place, and they do maintenance on all the vehicles as kind of a separate?
So there's two options with that, and we do that with other things, is we can keep it in our budget, and we can pay the highway department for what the costs are, or it can stay all within one department. And it's just a function of budget and tracking that doesn't matter to us. It's however you want to reflect the true cost, because if it's under one agency, that agency will be able to break down the cost. If you want to break down that cost in the fire department budget, you could. It's really whatever is best practice, I guess.
With a highly
Question for down the road.
configurable ERP, he'll be able to do amazing things.
And if we had the building to provide those services and the personnel to provide those services, could we then provide them to other towns and make that money that these companies are making?
I think you're gonna find that they're gonna be busy enough keeping up with preventative maintenance and repairs and being able to find somebody who's competent, because they're having the same problems with us finding maintenance people. I don't want to speak on making money, but I know that we can keep our fleet in good shape if we did that.
So I love that idea. However, I think technically it would be considered outside the services allowed by a municipal government. It would also open us up to liability, so should we work on an ambulance for another town and it fails, we would be the mechanic that did it.
Okay.
Where in-house, it would be our own, so we wouldn't necessarily sue ourselves. But another municipality could potentially do that if we are offering those services to them. So we would have to have contracts that protected us pretty heavily on that. But it also comes down to whether or not a municipality would be allowed to offer those services.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, chief?
I'm good, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. So the next component of the presentation is going to be the current conditions for calls and shift staffing, mutual aid received versus mutual aid given, and how it all ties into the whole picture here.
Good morning. Thank you, Baton Chief Fellow with the Fire Department. As the chief alluded to, calls for service have certainly increased over the past number of years. Again, to your points earlier, so far in 2023, as of right now, we're just north of 3,750 calls. So that puts us at a projection of approximately 4,499. You know, that number is fairly easy to project because we have a historical average of what our calls for service are per day, and then we can extrapolate that out over the 365 days. So we're fairly confident to say, you know, without any major storm emergencies, we'll be right around that 4,500 calls for service, which is, you know, a slight tick above where we were last year. But a significant tick where we were 2 years ago, and an even more significant tick from where we were during the COVID times. Next slide, Chief. And on that past slide, that just kind of gave you an idea of what our shift staffing was. Now, there's an asterisk to that number, right? Because up until about 6 months ago, we did not have what's called man-for-man or person-for-person staffing, to be politically correct. Going into 2023, we have had that person-for-person staffing. So, meaning the duty crew staffing on a daily basis is 12. It does not drop below that number. That is the number that we are holding to. In previous years, around 2020, 19, 18, 17, that was the number of rostered positions that we should have had on duty, but it doesn't necessarily reflect the number of firefighters that were there each day, because for cost-saving measures, we would what we call drop staffing, which would mean a player on the team would not be allowed to suit up for that day because we were trying to save money. So if somebody was taking a day off or a vacation day, we would not hire back in to cover that position. Currently, so far this calendar year in 2023, we have maintained the 12 positions per duty. And the way that breaks down is you have 3 in the north end of town at Station 1, you have 3 in the south end of town at Station 2. Central has a crew of 5 plus the shift commander, so that gives us our 12. Going to mutual aid, because this is really a way for us to kind of grade ourselves, make sure that we are being good stewards of mutual aid. And by definition, mutual aid should be mutual. And as you can see, historically, we're not really a good mutual aid partner because we take more than we give. There have been years where we have done a pretty good job of balancing it out, right? Where we've given almost as much mutual aid as we've received. But historically, if you look over those numbers back to 2016, we take more than we give. Now, you know, a lot of what we're taking for is not necessarily what one would consider true mutual aid, right? Because a lot of what we take for is EMS calls, as the chief had indicated. A crazy number of like 47% of the time we have back-to-back-to-back calls, which means that when you have a duty crew of 12 or less, you know, you can only affect so many calls at one time, which requires us to lean on our mutual aid partners. You know, the primary agency that we lean on the most is Derry, because of their proximity and their location to our town, right? Their north, south, and central lines up pretty well with our north, south, and central, so they have good access. But you know, approximately 2 to 3 years ago, we went to a more geographically based mutual aid system, which means that if it's the airport, we're going to call Bedford or Merrimack. If it's you know, someplace in central west of Londonderry, it's going to be Litchfield. We're also hamstrung because not everybody around us has ambulances. There's a few communities that border us that don't have ambulance services. They contract with other communities to do their ambulance services. Litchfield and Auburn, for example. So it shrinks the available ambulances for us to request. And there have been times over the last 12 months where we have reached out for a mutual aid ambulance and there hasn't been one available, which certainly creates a logistical issue. That means we tie up a fire company or a unit on scene with a patient waiting for an ambulance to come available. That could be, you know, one of our ambulances that's doing a turn and burn, which is legitimately they took a patient to the hospital, they cleaned their cot, they got back in their ambulance, and they responded back to town to pick up another patient to take them to a hospital. You know, staffing outside of the fire service is an issue at hospitals as well, right? There's not enough nurses, there's not enough doctors, there's not enough beds. So our units can be tied up, our ambulances can be tied up for a period of time at the hospital, waiting for a physical bed to become available or waiting for a staff member in the hospital to actually receive that patient from our ambulance crews. So, you know, our biggest mutual aid utilization is EMS. You know, our fire call mutual aid utilization is pretty even, right? If we have a fire, we call mutual aid. If Derry, Hudson, Wyndham, you know, Litchfield, all of those guys have fires, they call us. So that is an even exchange. Where we don't have an even exchange is the EMS side of the business. That takes us to our communications division. So many people probably don't know, but Londonderry Fire Department is a regional communications center, meaning we not only dispatch fire and EMS for our community, but we dispatch fire and EMS for agencies that are around us that they don't have the resources or they don't have the capabilities to dispatch for themselves. So we enter into a municipal contract and we provide those services for them. The two agencies that we are currently under contract with are the town of Pelham and the town of Hampstead. So in addition to the 3,747 calls so far this year that our dispatchers have dispatched in Londonderry, they've also dispatched another 1,208 in Pelham and 1,060 in Pelham so far, for a grand total of 6,015. They do that with essentially 1.5 dispatchers. We have 4 full-time dispatchers that work a 24-hour rotating schedule. And then we have an impact dispatcher that works 4 10-hour days to cover where our calls for service between all 3 of those communities is the most impactful, to try to alleviate the amount of drain on one dispatcher, or the amount that one dispatcher needs to do. Good news is we have a beautiful communication center at our central fire, and we have very dedicated staff that does that job. But, you know, as you can imagine, 7,500 in 2022, and we will do somewhere around that this year, emergency calls being dispatched out of one location with 1.5 people is obviously a significant condition. We discussed this last year. I think, you know, we've brought these facilities or locations in town up before, right? Not to single them out, but because large collections of people create calls. That's just the nature of the business, right? Those could be fire alarm activations, those could be medical emergencies, but you collect people in one place and you get emergency calls. That's how it works. So these are the 2022 call numbers for these particular addresses. So 40 Buttrick Road, that is the entire Elliott facility. That is not just the urgent care facility. That's the entire Elliott facility. We did 166 calls in 2022 to that location, and we're on track to do just that, this year as well. All American Assisted Living, which is the nursing home in town, in the south end of town, we've done 153 calls in 2022, and we will exceed that number in 2023. The Manchester-Boston Regional Airport, we did 102 calls last year. We're on track to do that this year. McGregor Cut, that's the apartment buildings up off of Stonehenge, almost 100 calls there. On track to do that again this year. Connect 55 down in the south end, that's right behind All American, another 89 calls last year, again on track. The Interstate, they widened it. We did less calls, and then all of a sudden we're starting to do more calls. And I think it's just because as construction work occurs on 4A, we have those variabilities of speed, and so we're going back to the highway again more. And then Sanborn Crossing, which is a 55 and older facility up off of Sanborn Road, 71 calls in 22. We will exceed that in 23. So those were buildings that we brought forth last year. That's development that has occurred in the last 10 years that has had, a meaningful impact on our organization and the delivery of service.
Can you go back a slide?
Of course.
Do we get reimbursed for covering those other cities?
Reimbursed, no, but we have a contract where
Get
they
revenue for it, yes.
pay us a certain amount, but the contracts do not cover necessarily the entire cost of the communications division. It covers a portion of it.
Okay. Thank you.
So actions for staffing, what have we done? How have we been able to deal with, the raises in staff, the raises in calls? So call volume has had a 27% increase since 2016, right? Staffing has seen an increase in 18% since 2016. So as we look forward, as we have more growth in our community, we need to look at bringing that 18% of staffing growth up to the same growth that we have for call volumes. Mutual aid given and received is directly related to staffing versus increased call volume, right? If we put more people on duty, that means that we can put more fire trucks and ambulances on the road, and therefore we would have less mutual aid utilization. We will never eliminate mutual aid altogether because by the very nature of its word, it is mutual, right? So communities around us require us in order to help them out in their large-scale incidents. But mutual aid should not be utilized to help you, with your day-to-day emergency calls. And then we have, just a condition. We have one dedicated dispatcher on duty 24/7, 365. And again, we have that impact dispatcher that works 4 10-hour days. And we are actively recruiting to fill in for a part-time position as well, to hopefully be able to further increase our coverage within that division.
All right, the suspense is killing me. What are you going to ask for?
The best part is this, I don't get to ask for anything. That is reserved for our chief of department.
So we'll get right to it. So one of the things we did, we talked about being able to adapt to the change in our battle space so we can better meet the mission. One of the things we did under Chief O'Brien's leadership is we proofed what's called an ALS fly car, or an Advanced Life Support Fly Car. This is an SUV staffed at the highest level of pre-hospital care available in the state of New Hampshire, which is the paramedic level. And the idea and the intent behind it is to diversify how we respond to our calls. So by putting a Londonderry standard trained firefighter paramedic, one person, in a car that is more maneuverable, geared and equipped at the advanced life support level, this car can be better utilized to respond to calls where it needs to and not respond to calls where it doesn't need to. Because what ends up happening is we'll commit 3 members sometimes, mostly 2, with a paramedic to transport somebody with a headache from the south end of town. But then up on the north end of the town, you saw almost 50% of the time we have back-to-back calls. Now in the north end of the town, someone's having a heart attack, needs that paramedic, highest level of pre-hospital care, serving that patient. So what this does with the fly car is if we're running at 13 firefighters per shift, we can keep all of our engine companies staffed to the NFPA standard, which is 3, which is a number that we're comfortable with, a dedicated ambulance, and then this force multiplier fly car to keep in reserve, because a good command staff always has a reserve component, and deploy it when it's most needed. And in doing so, we can capture those calls, provide a better service to the community. One of the things that we should be talking more about, and it's my intention to do that through education, is we have over 8,000 senior residents in this community. 900 of those are their places of where they live. Their call acuity is going up because the population is aging. So all these EMS calls being experienced on that end are more significant, more severe, which is why we want to fully staff this fly car to be able to make those high acuity calls in a more appropriate manner. So one of the big things we need to do, and this isn't where we're going to do it. This is, Chairman Farrell's been with this board for a long time, and he's been very important getting us to this position. But NFPA 1710 requires 17 firefighters on a first alarm assignment. You see the mutual aid number increase because the town of Londonderry, at this time, it will change eventually, we'll get there, we cannot match that number for the 1710, the 17 people on duty. So we do that by bringing in mutual aid. What we'd like to do, with your support, is add 4 additional firefighters to the roster to bring all 4 battalions from 12 members on duty to 13 members on duty. When and only when we can bring it to 13 members on duty, now we can fully staff the ALS fly car to better serve the public. And this is something that agencies really, they don't do. This is unique. This is unorthodox. This is using critical and creative thinking to meet a need. And we truly feel, with support of Local 3160, admin and 3160, the firefighters union, are very, very much aligned, not in this, but in all things. And this is one of those ways that we can meet the needs of this this community a lot more effective is with the 4 people, which is an ask from the community. And with that, so how do we tie all this in? With your support, with the citizenry's support, LFD will continue to meet and now exceed our vision and mission statement for the greatest community in the Granite State. And if there are no questions, or if there are questions, we'd be happy to try to answer those for you.
I have a question.
Yes.
With the increase of the 55-plus communities going into Londonderry, have you been able to forecast the future needs of the fire department, considering, as you're talking about more ambulatory calls with the greater population of the elderly, have you been able to potentially create not a formula or a formulaic approach to anticipating those needs? Because again, as we need more of it, will we need more another fire station somewhere? How are we thinking about the future of the fire department and how it's going to need to grow with that?
Part of our responsibility for civil protection is to anticipate and do preemptive planning, which is why that 13th firefighter, the ALS fly car, is coming into play, because we know with those calls that you're talking about, with the higher acuity and EMS calls, this is a unit that we can better serve that population, but also the community as a whole. And that's why I say it's a force multiplier, because it doesn't just focus specifically on one group. It's truly the entire town of Londonderry. Call volume-wise, we could look at the numbers to determine what those predictions might be, but it's tough to say. What we can say is that there are increased demands on the fire service because of the community exploding. And the same is true for the police department and the highway department.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, if I may. So it is, New Hampshire is an aging state. People are getting older. The baby boomers are retiring. But it is important to just recognize that we no longer have a density bonus for elderly housing. And so we don't anticipate additional age-restricted communities coming to town. Because there's no incentive, there's no density bonus for that to occur.
We have about 1,000 dwellings now designated as 55 and older, right?
Correct.
I think you're.
We also don't allow elderly housing anymore. We removed it from the zoning ordinance 2 years ago.
Okay. Yes, Chief.
So to speak on that, so we've been lucky that we've had a number of 55-plus communities, and we can draw off the averages of those communities to predict, like, what is going to happen with the Baldwins.
Okay.
What does happen is it's circular. So like when we have a 55-plus community, we typically see the first couple of years having very little impact because they're young, healthy 55-plus members. And as they age in place, then the acuity and the number of calls increase. We also have the ability to predict for typical residential development. So like we talked about, the places over on Stonehenge Road. Those are 24-unit regular they're partly workforce housing, but we have enough of those that we can predict what the increase is going to be. Those are a little easier because the tenants stay the same. They don't age in place as much. So when we look at the 200-plus units that are going into Woodmont for residential housing. We're also looking at another 100 and something that are coming off of Rockingham Road. We can project what those are going to look like a little easier. But yeah, by all means, like is easy to compare to like.
Chief Butler.
Yes, sir.
So you had said earlier your ask was to increase your FTE by 4, bringing it to 13 per shift. Is that 13, would that then staff the fly car fully, or are you looking to go 4 plus an additional 4 to staff the fly car?
No, that would fully staff and implement the fly car, which we've proved concept on.
On all 4 battalions?
On all 4 battalions, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sure.
Yeah, please.
With all the development and construction of exit 4A and the widening that area with our call log, have we been seeing any incidents with that whole construction right now? past 2 years, I guess?
So most recently, I'm sure you all saw in the news, a state trooper got hit, and it was directly related to that specific area. He was doing a detail
Mike.
on the bridge. I was the shift commander, and he watched the car come down the highway behind him and start to bounce off the guardrail. He ran to get in his cruiser to try to drive away and got hit from behind, just sitting there at that. We've been there for other car accidents. We've been to the woods there for brush fires, for medical emergencies off of that. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that that construction site produced any more calls than any other highway construction site, but that specific area has had an increase in motor vehicle accidents on the highway and other specific incidents.
How are you finding your response timing to that area?
Again, it depends on the day and depends with the multiple calls sometimes. So for instance, the state trooper, I was on another call. I diverted from that and was first on scene. We had to call mutual aid from Derry, who provided us an engine for blocking purposes and the first ambulance on scene. We had an engine that was able to break away from another call and come out to the highway to be the first emergency piece with medical providers other than myself on scene with equipment to provide a higher level of care. And then we called for one of our ambulances who was clearing the hospital, the Elliott Hospital, coming back into town. They responded delayed as our second ambulance. So, but I was on scene probably 2 or 3 minutes before there was a piece of fire apparatus or an ambulance there.
And then, those are just accidents in general. What about during the actual construction? Is there much happening construction-wise with people getting hurt?
There will be.
Yeah, I mean, in any construction project, there are
Occasionally items,
incidents that happened. Unfortunately, a gentleman died during the widening of Michael's Road. We had a gentleman who was impaled when they were doing the construction at Market Basket. I mean, I can list them all off, but that's not to say that there is an increase. But with construction projects comes risk, correct? And so there has and there will be as this project takes 2 or 3 years to complete.
Yeah, my big concern is the ability to get into that region right now for either you guys or for Derry to be able to get, when they get further into that roadway where it's not really connecting into Derry just yet.
I will say, luckily, having had to drive up there this summer for a brush fire, when you come off the highway, you can head up the road that they have created pretty well into it. Now, when they get into the piece in Derry where they haven't started construction, I can't tell you what the access to that will be from the Derry inland side of it, not the highway side of it. Right now, the access is decent.
Okay.
And because of its location just off of exit 4, we can get there pretty quickly.
Okay.
But again, it comes back to what we have going on at the time.
Of course.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, I'd like to add 2 pieces to that. One is, prior to the expansion of 93, we were able to control the highway when we had an accident with only 2 lanes. We could put a fire truck, and that would slow down traffic, because it would either force one lane or force the lane to the breakdown lane, and people would slow down dramatically. With 4 lanes of racing, we can have a motor vehicle accident, and we are having vehicles literally still going 80 miles an hour by us. So as a function of that, we've added an additional engine as a warning device at best case, and at worst case, it's going to be a blocking piece of apparatus that might get hit first. But that is to basically create a safe envelope for our crews to work. And that's a direct correlation to adding 4 lanes of traffic. 2 additional things about exit 4A. Right now, we have exit 4. You can get on exit 4, you can get off exit 4. Not much is happening. A couple miles down the road, you get off exit 5, you get on exit 5. With exit 4's proximity to exit 4, we're going to have people merging and we're going to have people exiting in a rather quick time frame. So that's going to add some additional concerns for us traffic-wise. And then lastly, as exit 4 builds out, exit 4A builds out, there's a number of projects that are going to be significant projects that are on the Londonderry side of that. And as I understand it, the only access to that area is going to be for our crews to get on the highway, get off the highway, and respond to that area. So as a result, it'll be adding a little more risk for our people. And as a result, we're probably going to bring in more mutual aid for Derry, because when it builds out, they'll have an easier access to that as well. So there are definitely concerns that we have. Some of the benefits is we're looking at a nice piece of land that's opening up for development, and I think we're going to be happy to see whatever happens there, but it's going to create a little bit of a change in our atmosphere.
The 4 full-time positions you're looking at adding, and I guess this is actually kind of a question for Mike and maybe John and Justin. What does that process look like? Is that a warrant article to add positions? Is that part of the budget that you're already proposing?
Can I add before that, if you don't mind? So we, as a fire department, have been working really hard to get grant funding. You saw on the earliest slide that we got a SAFER grant, which is basically safe firefighting grant. We have applied for that 4 years in a row. The first 3 was internally. The last year, we brought on a grant writer to help us, and we didn't get it. Actually, nobody in New Hampshire got increased staffing from SAFER. So we've been working to try to do that as low to no cost as possible. From there, I'm stepping back.
So what we've done in the past is in 2009, there were times we were running 7 on a shift. So I mean, command and 6 personnel.
Okay.
So it was shortly after 2010 and the change to an SB2 form of government, we started moving to a process, not required, but moving to a process of asking the community what kind of services do you want to have. And we started, I think, with putting 2 firefighters on. And we went to the community and we said, do you want more personnel? And we did this with police, and we did this with, that's how we got to the SROs, and that's how we got to more drivers for the plows and everything else. So we've always moved through that way, asking if they want more personnel. You know, this particular thing is, I kind of look at it and I say, okay, it's $230,000 for two additional personnel. And I'm just looking at the numbers and thinking out loud and just saying, okay, that would put me 1 north, 1 south. You know, you can improve there. The argument they're making is that spend $460,000. You know, Justin will correct me if I'm off on the numbers. That's about what it would be for them, and say, you give me 1 per battalion, because we have 4 battalions. And the argument they're making is I can use this thing called a fly car. Well, a fly car is what they use all over the country, where you have volunteer fire departments. They have EMTs out there, and they use fly cars until the volunteer ambulance shows up, so that you can get earlier service. That's the argument they're making. The real argument he's making is he thinks, NFPA says he needs 16 and a commander, which is 17. So they're driving in that direction from what I've heard from the presentation. Can our community support that from a tax standpoint? Probably. Would we give better service? Probably. That's what I'm getting out of the presentation. I don't know if that's answering your question, but what the budget committee and the council has to decide is do we send something like that to the ballot? Because that's the only way. You're not in a default budget. You add $460,000 on, and the default budget fails. You don't get anything. Because you're over default. Or do you take that risk, or do you make it more specific for the voters? Do we only go with 2, and and tell the fire department go figure it out? I don't know the answers to those questions, but those are the things that they're proposing. If that helps answer the question.
That's exactly right. I would just amplify the point that the chairman made, which is this is not part of my proposed budget for the reasons that he referenced, which is it would take us over default, and it would be tying that question to the success or failure of the proposed operating budget. If the operating budget that we're proposing were to fail, we are losing the opportunity to, reinforce those neglected lines that we did last year that we're doing this year. And so I completely agree with the chairman, based on history and based on practicality, that, if the budget committee and the council get to the point where this is something that they want to pursue, that it should be separated off as a question on the ballot.
A question for Chief Butler then.
Yes,
How
sir.
feasible is it for you if, instead of trying to get a warrant article for 4 at once, to step it out and do 2 and this year and then 2 another year?
Yeah.
Is that, if you added 2 staff for the fly car, if you will, does that accomplish some of the mission where maybe you can get, you know, your 2 busiest shifts to have that service.
It accomplishes half of it. It's so, what we can do is put 2 shifts at 13, and the other 2 will still be running at 12. So half the time we can deploy that fly car and make that change to the service that we provide the town in the positive on those 2 battalions, yes.
Cool. I mean, I think there's a balance to be found in what's palatable for the taxpayer that they're gonna support, and getting some in the near term is better than getting none. Anyway, just a thought.
And that's what we have to flesh out through this process.
Right, and one additional thing to note, and I think Justin, I don't know what plans there may be to apply for additional grant funding, either by SAFER or by some other mechanism, but you do have to consider that if we were to put a question on the ballot asking for additional firefighters and it were to fail, I believe we would probably be prohibited from hiring additional firefighters, even if they were paid for through a grant for that 1-year period.
It's entirely possible. We'd have to look into the legality of that, but that's entirely possible.
If I may, so one of the reasons that the fly car is so important to us is 4 years ago, we had 4 paramedics on each shift, 4 firefighter paramedics. So we had a paramedic on every engine company, we had a paramedic on every ambulance. Now we're down to 2 paramedics per shift. Just because of either promotions, we've had a couple leave to go to other departments, and we're trying to stem that. Luckily, last year, we got a little bit of a bump in our training budget, so we've sent paramedics to go, or firefighters to become paramedics. The fly car allows us to have a paramedic available when we're running a basic ambulance. And we run a basic ambulance a lot in our north end. And what that does is that basic ambulance responds, and we try to find a paramedic somewhere in the town. So it might be the only other paramedic in town is in the south end. So now we're driving 2 3-man companies to the north end of town, and we have nothing left for fire protection. That fly car would be a paramedic that could respond with that basic life support, not tie up a paramedic for, like the chief said, calls that don't respond to it. Our 911 system is pretty good at guessing, and I use the word guessing, when a paramedic is needed or not. If the $250,000 is a number you guys are looking at, something that we've done in the past, not the recent past, is we've asked for half the people, half the time. So what I'm meaning, if we asked for somebody to start July 1, they're there for the entire year, and that would be $250,000. If we asked for 4 people to start January 1, that would be the same cost this year, and then the next year you would absorb the entire $500,000. While that would push back us implementing a fly car, it would be consistent through all the shifts, and it wouldn't cause a disruption of what day are we on and what's available and not available, because that really causes chaos with our dispatchers, because they don't, if we have different staffings every day, it's just complicated. So that's another option as well. If we're allowed to go for a grant, then I don't know what that would, I mean, I don't know how those two work together. I can't speak on that at all.
Okay.
So depending on the grant, where you come into the issue here is if you do a warrant article and you achieve the grant, you have to get fully staffed before you start eating away at the grant. So right now, I believe we're at 48 firefighters?
Yes, yep.
Right now, we're at 48. So if we were to do a warrant article for 2 and get up to 50, and then we get a grant for 4, those 4 positions cannot be paid for by the federal government until we're up to 50. At least that's how the previous grants would work. I'm not sure if they've adjusted it since then.
Okay.
Once we're at 50, if we get to, let's say, 52, and we drop down, anyone else still qualifies. We just have to get to that total amount, and then they'll start chipping in.
And the safer grants are like 100, 75, 50, and then we're on our own. Something along those lines.
It depends on the year and the application. This
But
previous one
but
was
after
3
3
years, 100%.
Yeah, after
The
3
one-
years, we have to pay for them.
Correct.
All right, just double check.
And just so, for what I have at a step 2 firefighter paramedic is 527.7.
So higher than what I said, so, okay.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just You know, I fully support, and you know, my administration fully supports the direction both that PD is pursuing and that fire is pursuing in terms of these long-term staffing needs. Just a note of caution. You know, one of the main features of this year's budget presentation is our relative inability to control benefits costs, specifically health insurance. And so, you know, every full-time position that's added comes with the potential for a health insurance plan that right now is running $43,000 for a family plan.
Well, we're including that in the 527 is the full amount, right? So far from what I've heard, and I'm guessing what I'm going to hear from public, or we're going to hear from Public Works, is we're, looking at $1 million in staffing. And I want everybody to start thinking about that. Is that the level of service you want to provide to the community? If it's not the level of service you want to provide to the community, what the staff is suggesting, then challenge that.
That's right, and that really is the question, Mr. Chairman, because as I pointed out in my presentation, we're looking at a 7.5% increase before we start talking about these separate warrant articles, and so it definitely has the potential to be a lot higher. And as you pointed out, this is opposite a school ballot that's going to have a $34 million ask on it. It sounds like as well. So those are the facts. I don't think there's any getting around that. And, I think ultimately the community, the budget committee, the town council, and the community can decide what direction to head.
Any further questions for the chief?
I do.
Yes, please.
So that was a pretty impressive marketing video in the very beginning. I know you shared the cost of it, but I don't see it at all in here. Can you tell me where it is? The budget?
So it wouldn't be in the,
Won't show until our next.
correct, it would show in the next fiscal year. So this is, my understanding is this would have been, and I think I was out of the room when you addressed this, incurred in in the current fiscal year. So it wouldn't appear in the 25 budget book.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. Yep. And the last thing about the fly car is that there are things that are outside of our control that I can't guarantee. And if you're the second medical call in this town, I can't guarantee that the mutual aid ambulance coming in is going to have ALS level on it. What I can control is having a Londonderry qualified firefighter paramedic on that fly car, which selfishly for me, living in this community with friends and family, is in the absolute best interest because I don't know what Derry's coming in. I can't promise that. I can't control that. I can't control Hudson, but we can control Londonderry Fire. We have direct say in that. And there's a difference of a standard as well. We have it. And that's all I'll say to the fly car. Thank you.
Yes.
In regards to the fly car, how soon could we get like a cost breakdown of the cost of the fly car, personnel to staff it, expected maintenance?
That's an excellent question. And what we did is we kind of were a little preemptive on it. So when we proofed this, the command staff put together a true cost on what it would take to outfit the vehicle, supply the vehicle, upfit it with the lights and the sirens. And I can't remember the cost off the top of my head, Chief. Can you? For that fly car?
Well, so
outfit?
yeah, so we've
So we have a fly car already.
we've done a proof of concept. So we took a utility truck, which is a pickup truck. We retrofitted the rear of that vehicle. We put all of the ALS gear in it. We've added all of the medications and components that you need in order for a paramedic to work in. And we put it out with extra personnel if we had extra guys on for the day, or we moved personnel around in order to facilitate having a paramedic be off the ambulance, right? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about making sure we put the right resource on the right call at the right time. And so we've done all that. So what the chief would be proposing in moving forward would be replacing a older staff car. That staff car would rotate down to the paramedic vehicle, and we have a cascading of vehicles. So while the true cost of buying a new vehicle and outfitting it with equipment, we've already kind of preemptively put the equipment on the truck that we're currently using right now as the ALS truck versus it also being a utility. And that vehicle has had substantial impacts already. So we had a kitchen fire in the north end of town on Rockingham Road. And at the same time, we had a cardiac arrest come in the south end of town. and we had off-duty personnel respond to the station and was able to staff that ALS car and get on the scene in what we would consider the acceptable response time of that 6 to 8 minutes that we target in our town. So it's had impacts already. As far as the infrastructure costs of adding more equipment to it, there'll be some ancillary costs that are required for that, but we feel comfortable that our capital reserve account would be able to support the few items that we have remaining that we're currently borrowing in order to accomplish. So, you know, that concept has already been vetted, but we've already made an investment in the concept because regardless of whether we staff it full-time, we're still using it for off-duty personnel to come in, respond to an emergency, and be able to assist citizens. And you know, to the chief's point, you know, you all are entrusted with making, you know, very important decisions that have impacts on the community, regardless of what we're delivered for with a budget or whether or not the 4 firefighters moving forward is supported. The Londonderry Fire Department will continue to answer calls to the best of our ability, right? But as the chief indicated, if you're call 2, 3, or 4, you may not get the same level of service as call 1. And that is an unfortunate circumstance. We had an incident where a reported fire came in that turned out to be a fire in town, in Central's district. It's 4 minutes from the fire station, and we had 0 firefighters available to respond. We essentially had to rely on mutual aid entirely to respond to that fire. Now, that's an extreme situation. That doesn't happen every day. But we had 4 ambulances at the hospital. 4 ambulances. It wipes out the entire manpower of the town, and it required a significant mutual aid response. We had ambulances responding from hospitals to the fire. We were ultimately able to effect the mission, put the fire out, and you know there was no loss of life. But you know those are the real day-to-day occurrences that happen, you know, for our fire department. So we don't sit here and ask for these 4 firefighters lightly.
I thought you weren't going to ask for anything.
What's that? I'm not asking. He asked, remember? I'm just supporting.
Yes, when you thought I wasn't paying attention. Okay, we get the point.
All right,
Go
thank
ahead.
you.
So to answer the question, we are replacing 2 staff vehicles this year. Those staff vehicles normally we would trade in the old staff vehicles. We're repurposing those, one for the flag car and one for a second vehicle for our incident commander, either when the primary command vehicle is out of service, or what's happening a lot is we have multiple calls and we have off-duty battalion chiefs that come in and cover. So the first year, the cost is going to be, real cost, 2 Ford Explorers. And then later on, at some point, we're going to build into the capital plan, replacing that reused apparatus into a fly car. Real cost, if we implemented the program tomorrow, was probably going to be, in addition to that, it's going to be about $60,000 or $65,000 worth of medical equipment, defibrillator and some additional medical equipment. And that would be coming out of the capital reserve, our capital. So that's how we're accomplishing both of this. And when I gave you the information about our vehicles, there was 2 2003 Ford Explorers. Normally we would trade in, but we're going to hold on to them a little longer to make this process work.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions for fire? All right. So what it sounds like from a fire standpoint is hopefully Justin has captured all of these conversations and everything. So coming back for November 20th is Budget Committee, come back, think about what it is that we talked about here around levels of service and everything. Do you want to agree with and I'm leaning more here on the Budget Committee from the standpoint of that the community will go in what direction the Budget Committee will decides to go in. The council may say, hey, we'll go ahead and we'll try this and see what it does. But if the Budget Committee votes 0-7 that we're not going to have any firefighters, there aren't going to be any. Mm-hmm. So the people who really need to be convinced is your committee, Patrick. So we're going to follow your lead on this. And from the standpoint of that, is this the level of service we need to provide to the community? So as long as the council's okay, the direction that, I'd like to see us going in is that you guys vet this thing out. Tell us what you think. I've watched this for years. So please take that bull by the horns and go forward. Be appreciated. Anything else? All right, we're going to take 5 minutes since we've been sitting here for 3 hours, and my schedule has been blown to pieces. And we'll jump right back into it, let Public Works and Engineering get set up. And then you gotta go. You gotta go when you gotta go. It's all right. I'm trying here.
Yep. Yep.
I'll get people's attention.
I can start it,
Hey, you don't have to wait for them, go ahead.
We're waiting for the screen.
I'm down there, I'm getting there. Already open.
My script's already all messed up because I was gonna start with good morning.
Just downhill from there, John?
Sorry about that.
You guys have the remote over there? You do, don't know. Awesome.
Good afternoon, Town Council, budget members. My name is John Trotter. I'm the Director of Engineering and Environmental Services for the Town of Londonderry. With me this morning is Dave Wally. He's the Director of Public Works and Municipal Facilities for the town. We're here this morning to present our budget for fiscal year 2025. We'll be presenting budgets for the following three divisions: the Solid Waste Recycling Division, Sanitary Waste, and the Highway Division. Under our organizational chart, on the Public Works and Municipal Facilities side, there's, again, Dave is the director. We have a foreman, 3 assistant foremans, 3 equipment operators, and 6 truck driver laborers. Paul Schatt, just, again, the highway foreman, he's been with the town for a total of 39 years. On the engineering and environmental services side is myself. I've been with the town for 22 years. Beneath me is a vacant position of the assistant director. That position has been vacant for approximately a year and a half. Also beneath me is the environmental engineer, Bob Carey. Bob's been with the town for 13 years, and below Bob is 2 drop-off center attendants. They're part-time employees. Also assisting us in the department is the department assistant, who is Donna Lamoli, who's behind me. She's been with the town for 18 years. And our administrative assistant is Denise Manella. She's been with the town for 3 years. On the solid waste side of things, I'd like the environmental division, solid waste. The division is responsible to oversee and manage the following: the curbside collection of household trash and recycling, the seasonal drop-off center operations, the household hazardous waste collection days, the waste oil collection program, and the school recycling program. The environmental division is responsible for the solid waste and recycling, which is the single largest vendor contractor within the town of Londonderry. For fiscal year 2025, we're budgeting $2.7 million. On the solid waste line items, this illustrates 16 line items of the solid waste budget. The majority of these costs are associated with the solid waste operations, salaries, benefits, office supplies, and certifications requirements for the town's employees. Those are the employees that work down at the drop-off center. 2 line items that I'd like to discuss further with you are the waste collection line item of $1.9 million and the recycling services line item of $812,000. Under our waste collection services for fiscal year 2025, we're budgeting $822,000 for the solid waste collection curbside services. This represents a 5% increase to the collection and transportation, which is per our contract, and it includes a number of new homes that we basically make a guesstimate every year of how many new homes we would anticipate coming online. On the solid waste tonnage, we're estimating 9,000 tons at $90.37 for disposal costs. This also represents a 5% increase to the disposal per our contract, and obviously the quantity is variable. We are allocating an additional 50-cent increase for our fuel adjustment factor. That also is per our contract. We're carrying $30,000 for carts. Those carts represent new homes, replacement carts, and then just a matter of fact, those carts, some of the carts that are actually out on the street are pushing 14 years old. They've been out on the street since 2009. We're carrying $40,000 under our household hazardous waste collection day, and as a reminder, that day is 2 weeks from today up at Laffa Fields, for those that care to use that service. Our sharps disposal, we're carrying $2,300. That's a new line item. That service is used pretty regularly by the residents. Again, it's a
red container that's upstairs here on the second floor for people with used sharps. They can deposit them into the container, and town takes care of the disposal of that. And lastly, under the drop-off center, we're preparing $170,000 for fiscal year 2025.
Question real quick.
Yeah.
For the Sharps container, has been any thought to move that to the first floor so that people may be able to access it after hours when upstairs gets locked?
The thought is, Ted, we're actually going to be moving it over to the police department and putting it next to where they have a container that they accept the medical.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of coordination, and so hopefully by the end of the year, I can get that coordinated and over to there.
That's awesome. Great.
Thank you.
Sorry, just Justin, I'm not seeing these numbers in the budget book.
Yep, so for this department, I accidentally grabbed FY23's budget. I apologize for that mistake. But essentially, all it changes is the amount of the increase from last year. The FY25 budget numbers are correct. The FY24 reflect FY23. The difference actually drops down.
$164,000.
Yep, but for the total department, it totals $777. That was brought to my attention and too late to fix it, so I apologize for that inconvenience.
Thank you.
On the recycling contract side of things, curbside, for fiscal year 2025, we're budgeting $591,000 for the collection and transportation of the town's recycling. That is 5% increase per our contract and includes additional new homes coming online. Under the recycling tonnage, we're estimating 2,700 tons at $73.35. Again, that is the increases per our contract. Quantity is variable, and it again is carrying additional new homes coming online. And lastly is our fuel adjustment. Again, we're increasing it by 50 cents per the contract for, again, a total of $812,000, up basically 7% off of above 2024 budget. Just some interesting facts that I want to share with everyone. Again, so we always talk about, curbside trash, and John is a good advocate of all this. So the scope of the curbside trash and recycling services, again, it's the most visible service with stops made at every residence in the town once every week and twice every other week. The current contract, it started in 2016 and is the largest scope of trash and recycling services ever performed by the contractor within the town of Londonderry. We have over 9,065-gallon trash carts and over 9,095-gallon recycling carts for over 18,000 carts that were deployed within the town. So we have approximately 13,500 carts collections each week within the town. So what does our solid waste budget buy us? So our current curbside collection began again in July of 2016. Today we have since we've had 613 new single-family residents have been added as of the end of fiscal year 2023. 288 new residents in multifamily complexes requiring dumpster services have been added again during this time frame. Our annual trash tonnage has increased by 700 tons to approximately 8,900 tons as of the end of fiscal year 23, and our annual recycling tonnage has held steadily at approximately 2,600 tons at the end of fiscal year 23. Basically, the material is getting lighter, therefore the volume is increasing. So for fiscal year 23, the cost per household was $16.40 per month, or $3.78 per week. And our projected cost for households for fiscal year 2025 is $17.50 per month, or $4.08 per week.
So repeat that again? It's about $17 per month per household.
Correct.
For both trash and recycling.
Correct.
I mean, if we went to private companies, I know people in Derry who are paying, 10 times that or more per month. That's incredible. I think that's a huge service for the town of Londonderry.
Thank you.
John, quick question for you.
Yeah.
As it was any discussion in the budget about the drop-off center, extending the hours or keeping it open throughout the year?
Not at this time.
Okay.
We're still opening for recycling only right after Christmas, right?
Correct, that was the intent.
So there is that one opportunity, so that if you have a bunch of cardboard and recycling, you can go there. I think it's the weekend right after Christmas or something along
It's
those
all
lines.
weather dependent.
Right. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Scratch my head.
Just to add to that, Ron, that is one aspect of the DPW spatial analysis needs that we are going to also actively look at.
Yeah.
So that you can have a better understanding as to what that would look like.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything further? John, do you have anything further?
Oh, yeah, I'm just warming up.
It's 12:30, time's up.
Works for me. Let's go.
I'm the other department.
Before he changes his mind.
I started at 12:12. I get 10 minutes into it, buddy.
You gotta yell at the other two departments.
Good luck with that.
They ate up all your time.
Hey, remember, blue and red follows yellow. You gotta remember that next year.
And again, you need to speak to them. They obviously weren't paying attention.
You're the fireman. They all left. They left. Unbelievable.
And you know,
Zero
and none of you better
respect.
look to check out a book anytime soon, because it's not a non grata.
I will now present the sanitary sewer portion of the
Oh,
budget.
we have one of those?
Yes, we do. There's some interesting facts on that too, John. You'll appreciate that. This budget,
That's a really entertaining number.
this one, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking right over there.
Yeah, this budget is paid for by the users of the sanitary sewer and is an enterprise fund. This does not affect the tax rate. For fiscal year 2025, we're proposing a budget of $5.7 million. The next slide reflects personnel costs such as salaries, benefits, et cetera, of $193,000. It's up approximately $16,000 or 9%. On the sewer non-contractual items, what you see here is, again, if I can just draw your attention to the first line item, the sewer usage services of $1.5 million. Those costs reflect what it costs the town for the city of Manchester and the town of Derry to accept and treat the town's wastewater from the town. The third line item, the sewer management services of $440,000. That is the cost for our consultant costs to perform general engineering services, overseeing our inspection and cleaning and repairs of our sewer system, any sewer rate analysis or facility plan update that we may be undertaking, as well as performing some pipeline analysis. And then the last line item, again, just to bring your attention, is the last line item, the sewer repairs and maintenance of $248,000. Again, that covers the vendor costs for weekly preventive maintenance visits, any meter calibration that we may have to have done, operation of our SCADA systems, wet well cleaning, emergency and non-emergency repairs of our sanitary sewer system.
John, does that include the new one that's being installed along Pillsbury Road for servicing the Woodmont area and the 102 area?
So that you will see on the next slide, Ted, you'll see the $2.6 million.
I meant the maintenance and repairs. of it.
That will be, again, we don't anticipate for that to occur until spring of 2025.
Okay, great, thank you.
So, continuing with the sewer costs, again, there's 10 items here. These, again, they're pretty stable. Again, the $2.6 million was for the Pillsbury Road Pump Station. The sewer machinery and equipment line item of $543,000. Again, that's per our intermunicipal agreement and is up about $25,000. That reflects the town of Londonderry's share of the upgrades at the Manchester wastewater treatment facility per our intermunicipal agreement and the additional purchasing of additional capacity at the Derry wastewater treatment facility per our intermunicipal agreement. So as I did a little earlier, just some interesting facts about our sewer budget. In the past 10 years, there's been 413 new sewer accounts have been added, representing a 30% increase in the number of sewer accounts now serving 3,020 residences and businesses within the town. Our first quarter of fiscal year 14 was a total sewer accounts of 1,436. In our first quarter of fiscal year 24, we have a total sewer accounts of 1,849 accounts. The division maintains and operates the town-owned sewer collection and transmission system, which consists of 43 miles of sewer, over 800 manholes, 6 pumping stations, $60 million in assets, and our environmental engineer, Bob Carey, is on call 24/7. We coordinate construction of replacement and new town-owned sewer collection and transmission systems. We administer and enforce an industrial pretreatment program within the town. We have 75 industrial sewer accounts that requires permitting and periodic inspections, and it's one of the largest programs in the state based on the flow to our sanitary sewer system.
Who's larger?
Good Lord?
No, I said who's larger?
Oh, who's larger? I think possibly the city of Manchester.
They're the only one larger?
I would have to look into it, but it is one of the largest. We implement and maintain the sewer ordinance, sewer use and permitting regulations in our intermunicipal sewer agreements, as well as our sewer billing program. We review sewer development proposals, write permits, and inspect sewer construction. And lastly, we comply with state, city, and federal rules and regulations. The environmental division's role is to be good stewards to the environment. We'll proceed now with the Highway Division fiscal year 25 budget. For fiscal year 2025, we're proposing a $4.8 million budget, up $169,000 or 4%. The Town of Londonderry Highway Division is responsible for the operation and maintenance of approximately 191 miles of road, 7 bridges, 4,807 drainage structures, and 63 miles of drainage pipe. This slide here illustrates 10 line items that illustrate personnel costs, salaries, benefits, and et cetera. This is of $2 million. This is up approximately $67,000 or 3%. Under our non-contractual items, these are 12 line items that illustrate costs associated with the highway budget. We're holding the line on 11 of the items. We're requesting additional $40,000 for management services, and that being, as Mike had indicated, to catch up, do some catching up with our MS4 stormwater requirements. The next slide is our non-contractual items. It's continued. These 12 line items reflect costs associated with the highway budget. On this, we're holding the line on 9 of the items. We are asking for an additional $56,000 under our highway road maintenance line item. So that brings us to $1 million. Back when I first started back in 2001, and John, you probably remember, we were getting typically about $500,000 for road maintenance, and then we were getting another $500,000 for shimming over, or for highway pavement. So this will get us back up to that $1 million mark. Dave can elaborate further on signs and highway sand.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, everyone. During last year's budget cycle, we made some important strides in right-sizing the budget for 2 of our most important areas, that being vehicle maintenance and salt. We are grateful for those adjustments as they directly impact our department's ability to effectively respond to emergencies with the most reliable equipment possible and make sure that we have adequate supply for those emergency materials on hand. Just as a reminder, our department now oversees, manages, and maintains all 8 cemeteries, 5 municipal buildings, the town common, and the drop-off center, as well as additionally assisting the police and fire departments and the Leach Library should any maintenance needs arise. This year, we just have 2 smaller monetary adjustments we are seeking, but they are important nonetheless. Our sign line items were $18,000 in 2010, and then reduced over the years to where it is today, currently at $8,000. Currently, we estimate, as you go around town, that about 50% of our street signs do not meet the MUTCD compliance for the size and retroreflectivity, but we continue to upgrade as budget restrictions allow. We have overspent this line item 4 of the last 5 years, as you can see as we track this year to year. The one year we didn't overspend was 2020, that was due to COVID. We are seeking to increase this line $2,000 as an attempt to keep up with the rising costs in the last 10 years and allow us to continue working on upgrading signs around town. And, you know, as the fire department was talking about earlier too, with the amount of seniors in town and whatnot, we think it's important to make sure that our signs are visible with the limited lighting we have out on the streets. And this time of year, whereas tonight we're going to be, you know, daylight savings is coming to an end, it's probably more important this time of year than ever to have those signs upgraded as well.
John, real quick, on your highway department expense supplies, as you're consistently spending about double what you're being budgeted, any reason why you're not asking for that to be increased?
In our department.
And as well for the gasoline fuels?
On department on the fuel as well as the supplies.
Which line do you want to?
He's asking about the.
Top two. Oh, back.
The top two
Okay.
here.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we just went with the default budget and level spending at that, but we made the adjustments that we needed on the maintenance side of things last year, whereas we were at 50,000, we went to 100,000. So as we are now being a little bit more able to put the pricing of the repairs of trucks to the actual area on that, then the department supplies should be okay as well.
And what
we
about for
should see an
gasoline?
adjustment there.
And what about for gasoline?
The gasoline, I think, is really driven a lot by the finance department as to what we use and whatnot. We're up in our department a little bit because of the trucks. We have a couple trucks now, but.
But also, I think, again, we had more storms out too this year.
Right, we did.
So it's always kind of.
Up and down.
Yeah, and that
Okay.
falls in with, diesel fuel and whatnot too. It's not just gasoline.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dave, you want to just complete on your sand?
Yep. So in regards to salt, we actually have some good news. The first time in quite some time, we've seen a decrease of about 5% over the average of the 2 contracts that we utilize with state bid pricing. So with the upcoming season, we'll have a price of $76.90 per ton on average. With the adjustments we've made to salt in the last 2 budget cycles, we are now in line with the expectations of expenditures at $290,000. What has not been adjusted back to a level more in tune with our needs for our department is sand. So in 2010, our budget was $35,000, and it's been reduced over the years to where we're currently at $25,000, while the price has gone from $960 per ton to $1,850 per ton since 2016. So it's been kind of a balancing act, whether if we buy salt or buy sand and where it comes, but with our salt being more in line, it's probably more important now than ever to get the sand budget to where we need it to be. Our sand pile has been depleted extensively through the last couple of years, so we do plan to replenish it back to the levels that we need it at. And also is important to understand the type of precipitation, especially in the last, I'd say, 5 years or so. We're continuing to see the storms start more as rain, sleet, freezing ice, mixed in with snow, then back to rain. So while salt is the more effective type of material to deal with, we do use quite a bit of sand, averaging about 2,800 tons per year. So understanding budgetary challenges, we are respectfully requesting an additional $5,000 allocation for sand, which will actually only bring us to within 42% funded of what is actually necessary to buy that 2,800 tons of sand. So we're just looking for that nominal increase over the next several years to get us more in line with what we're using.
So what did we do this year? Some road projects that were accomplished during fiscal year 23-24. South Road, we shimmed and overlaid a portion of South Road, Harvey Road, High Range Road, We shimmed and overlaid Hillside Ave. We shimmed and overlaid a portion of King Arthur Drive. Shimmed and overlaid portion of King James. Litchfield Road, we completed the most westerly end. Now that we have completed Litchfield Road, we're ready to start back at the easterly end. So we'll always be at it. We've shimmed and overlaid a portion of Otterson Road, shimmed and overlaid Shasta Drive. We've reconstructed Sunrise Drive, shimmed and overlaid a portion of Webster Road, and shimmed and overlaid Woodside Drive. So of all these, we accomplished this entails about 6 miles worth of roads within the town that we did some shim and overlay of this year. So what do we have up our sleeve for next year, fiscal year 24-25? Again, this is largely dependent on the severity of the 23-24 winter season and how the roads fare. Again, our goal is always to keep good roads in good shape and rebuild roads which are in bad shape when funds for reconstruction are allocated on a year-to-year basis. So the 3 main roads, again, that I have in mind is, again, Bancroft, Parmenter, and Trolley Car Lane. That's what I have kind of envisioned so far this year. Within our list, though, we have a number of roads that I've kind of put on the back burner because with a lot of the water infrastructure, there's a lot of these roads that are on the list, but it's kind of crazy to shim and overlay these roads before they get out there and they start reconstructing it or constructing water in them. So it doesn't make any sense. So I know what that list is, and I'm kind of putting it on the back burner for now. David, I think David would like to continue with the vehicle replacement program.
Yep.
Don't ask for that speedy car.
Yeah, the flight car.
Flight car.
Let me guess, you want a fly truck?
Yeah. Be nice. We don't have to worry about so much salt. Today, I bring forward from the vehicle replacement program 4 items for consideration. 2 large 6-wheel dump trucks, 1 4x4 1-ton dump truck, and then 1 backhoe. But before I get into reviewing each piece with you, it's important to understand the vehicles have been somewhat deferred in the last few years. Although last year, I tell you, we made some really good headway by replacing 3 large trucks. And just for your understanding, those large trucks won't even be here until about next summer. So the vehicles, we will still be plowing with those older trucks that were allocated and approved by the voters in March. You heard the fire department talk about their lead times, and that's similar experience that we have as well. With COVID impact, it was, almost 16, 18 months, and we are now, there's been a little bit of improvement, but it's about 14 to 16 months before we'll see a truck. A lot of that is, obviously the vehicles come in, the cab and chassis come in from the factories and whatnot, but then when they get here, they got to be built. So the dump body's got to be put on, all the plow packaging, and labor costs and shortage of mechanics and whatnot kind of, plays into that. So there was supposed to be another 3 large dump trucks this year in front of you, that being that we have 3 2013 trucks that are coming up. But, we don't really prefer to have 3 trucks in a year. No, we were trying to get caught up last year quite a bit, so we're grateful for that. But to then, implement another 3 this year, we thought that would be making the future a little bit more problematic if you have 2 groups of trucks coming up for replacement. So we've decided to defer one of them out another year, because in 2026, there's only 1 large truck in the mix. So that will get us back to just 2 this year and then 2 in the following fiscal year. And that'll get us back on track to where we like to be with 2 trucks in a cycle. As I've previously stated numerous times too, having a reliable and ready fleet that is a well-oiled machine is vital to our department's need. We are considered first responders, and without us, like we were talking earlier, red and blue do follow yellow, so without us out there having the most reliable equipment, they can't do their job as well. So the safety of the residents traveling in Londonderry is dependent upon our ability to continually plow and treat the roads. That not only protects them in their travels, but meets the needs and requirements, both necessary, as I've stated, for fire and police departments. I urge you strongly to continue supporting the equipment replacement program for the years to come, and I'll get into each truck now. So this is one of the two large six-wheelers that we're looking to replace. It is a 2013 dump truck, wing truck, if you will, as well. As of the beginning of, or end of September, we had 46,000 miles on it in 5,622 hours. It is in fair condition. The reason we don't list it as fair poor really is because we did some engine work on this truck in 2019, I believe it was as well. So we had to sink some considerable money into this truck. And in particular, this one as well was one of the ones that broke down in that large snowstorm at the end of the last year that really hampered our operations as well. We weren't able to get it back up at all. In 2013, this particular model, a lot of the EPA guidelines were changing on the emissions controls and whatnot on diesel trucks, and it's pretty much an industry problem with the EG coolers and whatnot. So there's still we've come a long way in the last 10 to 12 years in improving that, the engineers and designers of these things, but these still tend to be problematic on this particular group of trucks that we have. One thing you'll also notice too, you heard again, like the fire department talked about costs. So last year, these trucks, you see replacement costs, we've moved it up to $200,000 per truck versus the $190 that we were at last year, because where we saw the pricing come in on the bids this year on replacing of the vehicles. So we want to make sure that we're allocated and budgeted correctly. What makes it difficult is, we trade these trucks in as trade-in value. So when they're looking at our trucks as a trade-in value, they know that they're not going to really get that truck for 18 months. So they know we're going to be putting it through another winter as well. So it makes it difficult on them, and the bidding didn't fare too well this year on some of the trade-in values that we expected. So we can go to the next truck on this one, if we could. So this is truck 10, similarly. And I had a hard time illustrating this, but if you can see it, pictures 3 and 4, you can see a lot of the associated plow equipment. Those are the hydraulic pumps that run the back end of the truck and the conveyor and the spinner and whatnot. And you can see a lot of that rust buildup and corrosion and activity. And last week when we had the budget committee down there, we toured. I was able to just walk right up to it and peel off pieces of metal and hand it to the budget committee and whatnot, so you could see that. So I try to capture some of that in the photos, but that's difficult to see. But you can see also in the steering components, the arm there, a lot of the pitting and whatnot, and then the undercarriage and whatnot that carries all this corrosive material that we use. It's pretty prevalent on this truck. On the back end, you can see all the paint peeling off and whatnot. And we do the best we can to keep up with that. And you'll see that perhaps in the next slide.
Dave,
Yeah.
with, I know with like our personally owned vehicles, they can spray the undercarriage and stuff for lengthen the time of service. Do we do that with these trucks, and is it worth it?
There's different products out there, but truthfully, no. I mean, a lot of that stuff that you spray on, again, we're in construction, so the minute you get a scratch through that coating or whatnot, it really is irrelevant, and it's costly as well, Okay. I mean, you can. There's different things that you can do, but it's a few grand to do per
cost
truck.
outweighs the benefit.
And as soon as you get one rock, or when you're doing construction in the summertime and gravel and whatnot, and those types of products are more for just like you said, on cars and whatnot, not so much construction vehicles.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mhm. There's plenty of salesmen out there that will sell you just about anything
I'm
you
sure
want.
there is.
Trust me, they come in routinely. So the importance of this is this particular truck right here. This is truck 14. So this is one of our 4 one-ton dump trucks, and these one-ton dump trucks are really our workhorses in the fleet. These go out every day, year-round. This is where our crews transport to and from job sites, go out and patrol their routes. haul some materials and whatnot. We do put salters in these as well during the winter months as well. And at least 2 of them act as a backup so that when a large truck goes down, we can go and grab one of these in a moment's notice. But they don't do nearly the amount of work that the larger wing trucks that do, like we were just talking about. So when I was taking pictures of this, I had a hard time, capturing what's going on here, and that's why I think it's great. So if anybody wants to come down and look at the vehicles in question, I'm happy to show them up close. But we demonstrated this with the Budget Committee the other night, because we just restored this body this summer, and maybe I should have put some of the pictures and the conditions that the employee had to go through to get it to this condition. But at any rate, if you look up close, that's why I put the arrows in there, because it really is just paint, kind of over. We did some descaling and rust prohibitor and stuff like that and scoured it off, but we're just putting new paint on there to try to slow that down so that the body isn't degrading so much. And in slide 4 there, you can see that's the hydraulic tank for the truck. And even though we painted it black, in the front left side of it, you can really see that there's quite an extensive bit of corrosion there and rot on the truck. And right now, we're well over 100,000 miles on this truck. And with Ford, like they said, there's, the strike does impact ordering Fords. We saw that with the current utility truck we have on order from last year's replacement program. And, but hopefully that won't impact the ordering of this truck. But nonetheless, Ford does take quite a bit of time. Not as much as the larger trucks, but we still look at about a 1-year wait on these, on this type of style truck here. And then the next slide is our backhoe. And if you recall last year, we had moved this up in our replacement program because we just didn't have the money budgeted. So we moved this into a condition of fair from last year. We did do that work on the back end of the backhoe. Nonetheless, when we kind of had some further looking into it, there's going to be some more extensive work that needs to be done in the back end of that machine. Before we made that kind of commitment, we know that we're right at where we need to be on the 15 years as far as this piece of equipment is concerned. That being that it's a 2010, so by the time we receive it, we'll be hitting its life expectancy as scheduled, and we'd like to hold on that line and not push it out any further than we need to, just because of the types of significant repairs that we see coming down the line on this particular. And it's our only backhoe, so when you only have one, yeah, we have an excavator, but it's a much larger machine, does a much different type of work than this machine does. We use it quite a bit down at the drop-off center as well, making sure that each one of the roll-off dumpsters is packed as full as we can get them. So, when you only got one machine, you want to make sure that it's one of the best ones that you can have and available for your department. And that is it for equipment replacement. If you have any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer them.
Or anything on the entire budget?
Budget overall.
Anyone? What is the plan for, I'm sure probably the most complicated road is Bancroft. What is your general plan for Bancroft?
Again,
Is it just the top end, 1%, one part of it? Is that the whole area? Is it just shim and overlay? Is it?
No, again, it would be, I'm looking at full depth reconstruction of the roadway. It's definitely in need of that, Ted.
And I'm
Again,
sure
moving
there's
it-
quite a bit of coordination with
Utilities.
Eversource and the utilities for moving those poles and moving the lines. So that'll
Moving
be-
stone walls.
And moving the stone walls.
Contacting people. Again, a lot of that roadway, we do have additional right-of-way that was granted when people were subdividing those parcels. Again, we're forward-thinking, so we always ask people, again, give us additional right-of-way. That way, in the future, when we do need to do some roadway widening. Again, the tricky part is just the westerly end of Bancroft where that woman's walkway comes down into almost into the roadway.
Yes.
So,
Will any of that work be coordinated with the sewer pipe?
absolutely. So that's why it may not all occur at one time.
Okay. Great.
And again, as you know, the upper part has been, full depth reconstruction has occurred.
And as that's like a major cut through for a lot of people and a lot of trucks, will you guys be posting more
Absolutely.
signage at both ends of the road so that all of a sudden someone doesn't get there and be like, oh no?
Yeah, similar to what we did up top on the easterly end. We had closed the road to through traffic during the day and opened it up at nighttime.
Okay, great,
Well, there'll be some coordination.
wonderful.
Anything further?
Mr. Chairman, we did it in 12, I have.
You guys get
we
the
have
award for
40
today.
minutes.
You can start next year.
Next
40
year,
minutes.
remind me, because I may or may not be the chairman because I'm getting tired of doing it. But you
40
remind
minutes.
me to advocate for you going first next year.
Set the example.
You hear that, Mikey?
Now y'all know what he calls me.
Mikey. We'll call him Johnny.
Just don't call me late for dinner. Thank you.
Listen, we're all just hoping you'll get lost on one of those walks during the day.
Don't hit me. I won't get lost.
Oh. Last but certainly not least is the library. Of course, Aaron stepped out. We were close.
Are we waiting for the library to come back?
Yep. Looking for here. Page.
My best for you. First, I want to apologize for my voice. I have a little bit of a cold, so my apologies. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Town Council members, and members of the Budget Committee. Thank you again for this opportunity to present the FY25 library budget. My name is Erin Matlin. I'm the library director, and here with me is Donna Plant, my assistant director and head of technical services. First, I just want to take a moment to thank my hardworking staff for their commitment to providing excellent service on a daily basis. I appreciate it, and I know our patrons appreciate it as well. I also want to thank the Board of Trustees and the Friends of the Leach Library for their continued support and commitment to the library. Next slide. Do you have the... So, as always, I'd like to share stats and a snapshot of our services and what's coming for FY25. First is circulation. This is the main desk and usually the first point of contact for our patrons. Our numbers, as you can see, are increasing. The ones you see on this slide are items that get checked out by patrons. So you'll see from FY22 to 23 for our physical materials, they went up over 6%. And the digital materials from 22 to 23 went up over 15%. We have noticed that in library world, digital materials have increased tremendously, and that's obviously due to technology and people's lifestyle changes. So we are certainly staying on top of that because of the need. Our projection for FY24 is also on track to reach that combined number, and we anticipate FY25 to be even higher, with the expectation to join the GMILKS Consortium, which I'll explain in a little bit. You will see the list on this slide is just a sampling of what our staff does at the circulation desk. All of the tasks listed help provide a better experience for our patrons. I want to highlight the line where it says manage museum pass reservations. We have 14 museum passes. We just added, thankfully from the Friends, the Isabella Stewart Gardner. And we now have, as I mentioned in past meetings, a new system where patrons can reserve those passes from home, even from their phone. And so giving our patrons a better experience and service for that. Of course.
With the new system as well, there is actually, depending on the pass, there are some passes where patrons do not even have to come into the library to pick them up anymore. They can actually access them directly through an email. So that's added a lot to accessibility and convenience.
Fantastic.
The next slide is for our reference department. This department you will go to usually get help with research, sign up for a computer, put a hold on for a book or a material. And it's also another very busy department. You'll see between FY22 and 23, we had over a 4% increase in our reference transactions. And we expect that we'll have even more this year, and of course in FY25, again, with the joining of the GMILKS Consortium. Just like the circulation desk, our reference staff, who are all professional staff, have a lot to manage. That list below is just another snapshot of the services that we offer. I'd like to highlight under the heading of helping job seekers and share an interaction where my head of reference, Matt Fuller, assisted a patron one day with applying for a job online. That patron did come back about a week or two later to share with us that they had received the job. And so we were really happy for that patron, and obviously to be able to provide that professional service. Something that I think goes a long way with a patron. Another service that we're offering that's relatively new is our notary service. We have been very busy helping out the clerk's department with that. And we have 3 staff that are notaries. And since January, which was our official service start, we have done over 140 notaries at our library. Another service that's provided another great experience for our patrons. We do hope that our patrons check in with us before they come for the notary, just because sometimes we're not all there, but we're happy to provide that service, and our patrons are often quite shocked that we are even offering this service. So we're excited about that.
Do you guys share or advertise that on your Facebook page?
We do, yep, and we've advertised it in other materials, any pamphlets or newsletters too, yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, it's quite surprising. And we do have like a bookmark with our phone number and information at the clerk's office. So if someone does come here, they can call us instead of, we encourage people to call us because it may be a document that is too challenging for our staff or needs additional signatures. So we make sure that they have everything before they waste their time coming in. Yeah. Yes, of course.
So I know Aaron and I talk a lot about the reference department being kind of a something separate from us, but I just wanted to add that Aaron and I actually both work at the reference desk as well. So
often.
the reference staff consists of all the staff that hold master's degrees in library science. So just wanted to know.
So in the library, there's a room, back right-hand corner, it's locked. It's where most of the history of the town is.
Yep. That's the
I've
local history room.
Yeah, I've spent several hours in that room. How well does that, how do people come in and actually read about the history of the town?
Yes, we actually get, through the reference department as well, we get a lot of requests for genealogy help. So even the reference staff frequently goes back to try to find information, especially for actually people who don't actually live in the area. We get a lot of requests from people that live all over the country that have discovered they have ties to ancestors that were once in Londonderry, and we assist with those requests as well through the local history room.
Well, if you go back there and you read some of the town reports and everything, some people may be surprised to find out that Andy Mack was the town moderator at one point. And that town meeting used to start at about 6 o'clock at night and would go till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
So for those of you who think that this is painful this morning, can you imagine being at town meeting at 3 o'clock in the morning?
That's tough.
But if you go back and you read about it, a lot of it will tell you why we are, how we got where we are. So it's kind of interesting. But please proceed.
Thank you. So the next slide speaks to our library programs. As you can tell, the numbers below have been we've been offering more programs than the previous year, and the programs and the patrons are definitely showing up for it. In June of 2023, we compiled the results from a community survey, and 721 out of the 790 that responded shared the kind of programming they would like to see or to attend to. These numbers speak to us responding to those requests, and we'll continue to try to provide programs and events that our patrons would like to see. Again, we anticipate these numbers to grow, and we know that in FY25, we will be adding more patrons to Londonderry by joining GMILKS. Did you want to speak to anything?
I just wanted to note, and we'll go over this a little more in preceding slides, but we've also extended our outreach quite a bit, and I think some of the increase in attendance that we're seeing is that's a really big part of it, is that we've worked with more organizations to get the word out.
Definitely.
What kind of organizations?
We're going to speak to that in 2 slides or 3 slides. I don't want to ruin the surprise. So the next slide is just a quick snapshot of our summer reading program, specifically that happened over this past year or this past summer. So as you can see, we had a strong showing of Londonderry patrons coming into the library, checking out materials, participating in programs, overall just enjoying the programs and services that we offer. I also just want to take this time to publicly thank the businesses that donated the prizes. Their support certainly helped make our summer reading program a success. You'll see that the total checkouts, I just wanted to point out that number is over 34, we went up over 34% from last year. And the signed up for the program, 881, is up over 47% from last year. So these numbers are increasing, and we, again, anticipate them to go up even more as we move on into the next summer. One of the things we are focusing on is tracking is library visits. There are many reasons why patrons come into the library. A sample obviously is listed below. And some of the things that we have done to encourage this are having some kind of community type things in the library. We have a community puzzle, we have board games. These things are always out and about for people to enjoy, as well as subscriptions to a lot of the local papers or even non-local papers, so that, again, patrons don't have to pay for it. They can come in and read them daily and obviously enjoy them in a comfortable, safe space. So, and again, we anticipate these numbers to go up. As we join the consortium, we'll have visitors from other towns visiting Londonderry, which is a really positive thing. Of course.
I also wanted to point out that our head of children's, Jennifer, has been really working on making the children's room a space that's involving a lot more play. And there's a lot of new features in there that encourage that. And we hope to only continue adding more. So just to note that as well.
Yeah, definitely come check it out. So I've been talking about joining GMILKs, and here it is. Let me quickly tell you about it. In case you don't already know, GMILK stands for the Greater Manchester Integrated Library Cooperative System. It started back in 1984, so it's been around for 39 years, which is a good solid chunk of time to trust and really have a good space. So it's now grown to about 13 libraries. By joining this consortium, our patrons will definitely benefit. As you can see, our patrons would have access to over 1.4 million items, definitely a savings to Londonderry. And as we go further with joining the consortium and committing our membership with them, we will see the savings in many ways. One of them is we may not need to purchase as every book or every title, because we'll have access to it with these other libraries. Our patrons will be able to go to these other libraries and take advantage of the services that they have by checking out materials that they have. A benefit of that is if someone goes to Derry and checks out a book, they can bring it back to Londonderry and we will return it for them. So to save them time in that sense. Or if it's even Manchester, we can do that too. And a lot of people commute from Londonderry to Manchester, they can use both those libraries.
Do we then need to pay for returning that book, like the mailing of it back?
It's all part of the consortium fee. So the patron will not pay. It's part of our membership fee.
Great, sorry.
The van service and everything was part of that fee.
Yeah, GMILKs comes with its own van service. So part of our fee goes towards paying for that van service.
Great.
Difference between interlibrary loan and this is pretty much our library card has reciprocity with the other.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
The current interlibrary loan service we use through the state also gives us 2 van deliveries a week. Through GMILK, so we would have 3 van deliveries a week, so things will come faster. They also we'll all share the same system, so someone who has a Leach library card will be able to go into the system and find something they want, say the Derry Library. they can reserve it themselves in the system, and it won't involve any staff time having to process the item, get it on the van. So there's no like separate system the way the state system works.
Thank you.
And again, with that new catalog, they'll be able to receive through the text messages and email notification. It'll be all automatic. So again, savings on staff time for that, but a great service for our patrons. I also would like to point out, again, reflecting back to that survey that I mentioned, this was one of the questions on that survey, and over 93% of the patrons that answered that survey wanted the connection with the Gmilk. So again, another service that is clearly our community would like, and we're able to provide.
Is this all underneath the dues and subscription services? Because there's quite a jump.
Yes, I believe it is.
And is that going to occur yearly?
So there is an annual cost to the consortium, and that will be an annual membership, and there is an onboarding cost to it as well, which is only a one-time fee.
Do you know how much that is?
Which one?
The one-time onboarding?
Yep,
Yes,
so
I
Donna's
can
going to speak to that.
So the onboarding cost that Gmilk has given us as an estimate is $24,300. None of that is actually going to be included in the budget through the town because the trustees have agreed to pay for the majority of that through their own account. And we are also doing some fundraising to make up the rest of it. So the only increase that we've proposed for the FY25 budget in terms of Gmilks is going to cover a partial year of our first year of membership.
What is the yearly cost of membership, if you don't mind me asking?
Sure. So the best way Gmilks could estimate that for us is they basically factored us into what the cost would have been if we were a member this current fiscal year. So we anticipate that there could be a small increase in the membership fee going forward because this is a factor for their fiscal year 24. So they gave us a number of 41,183. The first year we anticipate having a partial year membership because we're looking at actually rolling out and going live fall of 24. So we'll have a couple months where we won't actually be members yet, that they're going to prorate it for us.
And do they bill out on a calendar year or a budget year?
They are on a fiscal year, same fiscal year that we run on.
Great.
So our bill will be due July 1st every year.
That's pretty high. Have you guys thought about different ways to offset that cost anywhere, cost savings?
So we did move some money in our budget for FY25. We moved about 10 grand out of our books and periodicals line to move into those dues and subscriptions to help pay for that because we know that we may not need to spend, again, purchase as many items. And then we also moved, I believe it was out of the general supplies line, we moved 2 grand again out of that toward that cost to help support that as well.
When you asked the question, did you say it was going to cost us 50 grand a year?
Did I say?
When you got 93% of people said that they want this service, did you tell them it was going to cost the town $50,000?
We did not know. At the time, we didn't know the cost. We knew of the service, but we didn't know the cost, and we were exploring that at that time.
There are also some other ways that aren't necessarily reflected in the budget for savings. So one good example is that Gmilks has its own basically IT support. So right now, with our own system by ourselves, we rely heavily on the town's IT to help us whenever things go wrong. With joining Gmilk, since all those libraries share the same system, we have a systems person. So we would actually turn to them instead of town IT. So that's something to consider in terms of a savings that wouldn't necessarily be reflected in our budget.
Do we pay anything for the current service we're using?
Yes, we pay. So our catalog system is definitely behind the times.
Very much so.
It's actually intended for school libraries. So we're using it in some very creative ways, and it is absolutely not meeting patron expectation in terms of technology. We pay less than $1,000 a year for it.
Are
Right, so basically what you're saying is you get
It
what you
would
pay for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so.
So we would ultimately save that less than $1,000.
I'm just,
Yes.
Yeah, it does not, in the system the current we have now, does not have the ability to offer any of the services that this new catalog will be able to offer.
So that would replace.
Yes, oh, yes, absolutely.
And
Yeah.
Gmail comes with that whole catalog system.
Yes. Yep. And we have looked into upgrading our catalog if we were not going to join Gmail. So we looked into upgrading the catalog, and the cost would actually be more, and the service would not be as grand, and we would still be, again, like I like to refer to, on our island. We would not have access to those other libraries. So this is a really great benefit.
okay.
And it seems like one of the biggest benefits is having access to a college library.
Yes.
So I think having that part of the whole resource will be huge for people who may want to partake in that.
The next slide is pretty impressive. And so, as you can see, Londonderry is literally surrounded by GMILK's libraries. So again, it only makes sense that we join and offer our patrons more. And I also want to make note that there are about number of our patrons pay for at other libraries to be members of those libraries, just to have the advantage of having that GMILK's connection. So 481 may not seem like a big number, but those are 481 of Londonderry residents that are paying other libraries to get the service that we should be able to provide, which is frustrating. And as you can see, 128 of those patrons go to Derry, and we want them to come here. We like Derry, but we like them here. So
I did the math out on that a little bit, so just to use our example, our non-resident fee for someone who wants to have a card at the library but doesn't live in Londonderry is $50 a year. So if that's about the price for those 481 Londonderry residents that are going elsewhere, that's over $20,000 a year that we can save people paying out of pocket for that access.
Okay, cool. Please proceed.
So we talk about outreach. So we've really stepped up our outreach services. I feel, and my staff as well feels, that it's important for us to connect with the community and share our services and make those connections. So all of the experiences listed below allowed us to reach members of the community and make connections with organizations that we will continue to have positive experiences and relationships with. That picture there was from the Senior Expo that was wonderfully put on by our Senior Resource Committee. And that, as you know, had quite a few vendors there. So we were able to make some connections with those vendors, which hopefully will result in some library programs in the future. Another one is the Ghost and Legends program that was co-sponsored by the Derry Public Library. That was a program that was put on at the Derry Opera House. I believe it had over 300 people. No,
No, it was
sorry.
128.
128, okay. 128 people attended. What was great about sponsoring with Derry is that we were able to cut the cost of that program in half for both of us. So we shared the cost on that program, but still provided a great experience. And our patrons really enjoyed it as well. And so did the Derry patrons. Another thing that's relatively new to this year is our Read Local book discussions at the local restaurants. That has been met with great success. And again, working with local restaurants and supporting local restaurants just through a book group has been really great for them as well. So we're excited about that. Did you have any questions about the outreach? Okay, just wanted to follow up. So our next slide just shows some pictures around the library. So that top left one is from that program at the Derry Opera House. That's Jeff Bellinger in the middle. And then the one on the bottom left is from our Bells program that we'll actually be having this December as well. That was very well attended. You'll see in the bottom right, that is called our Talk Box. That is located in the back of the library. It is a soundproof phone booth, if you will, where someone has a little desk. It has a light, a vent, a chair, so you can take a phone call, you can do a private Zoom meeting, and it is soundproof. So if you'd like to come in and check it out, I encourage that. But that's been well used by our patrons. Even if they just wanted to quietly study, and our study rooms are booked, they can use that space. So, and so in closing, I just want to share our goals for FY25. Obviously, we plan to join the Greater Manchester Integrated Library System. We would like, with that, we'll be introducing a new library catalog. And by joining this consortium, we'll be able to extend our outreach even to more other of those member libraries. And then also by doing that, it will improve our user convenience and accessibility. So I ask that you support your town library to move forward and continue to provide Londonderry community with services they deserve and approve our budget, please. So, do we have any questions?
Any further questions? Yes, please.
I'm just curious, try to account for the salary increase from the fiscal year '23 to the proposed budget. It's about a 43% increase.
All further personnel policy is my understanding.
Yes, we have a different personnel policy than the town.
Can you explain what that means?
So we have the 3%, and certainly, Justin, if he wants to chime in, he can. We have a 3%, just like the COLA, and then there's a 5%, up to 5% merit increase. So it's preparing for that assumability
Yeah,
that 5% will be.
that speaks to the year-over-year budget, but the '23 actuals came in at just under 800,000, but you're budgeting 1 million, so it's about a 40%, if I did the math correctly, increase.
Is some of that the healthcare increase, Mike?
No, this is just salaries.
I can confirm
adding
that
personnel?
We're not adding
We're not adding any personnel.
personnel.
We're staying at the same staffing level as
I think my
the
math
current
might be right. It
fiscal
might be a
year.
20% increase, but
So I believe, and I mean, if Justin wants to confirm, I believe that any increase was
just the
solely
normal.
the normal increase. We did not ask for any
That
additional.
line should not be reflecting the health insurance.
No, it should not.
No.
No. I don't believe you guys were fully staffed last year, correct?
No, we're not.
So that would be part of the reason why, is they're not fully staffed, so their actuals wouldn't reflect those expenses because those people weren't, the positions weren't paid. Now that they're fully staffed, we budget based on fully staffed.
Sure.
So that's why you're seeing that difference between the actual versus what we're budgeting.
And that's a 2-year lag, right? We're talking about the '23 actuals versus the
Correct.
'25 budget.
Yeah, 8%.
Correct.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Any further questions for the library?
I just wanted to ask, we have our vice chair of the Board of Trustees here, Kim. I just wanted to make sure Kim didn't want to add anything before you. You good? Are you good?
Listening to everything, it seems
Okay.
like the other 3 major departments take care of the town's bodies. We tend to take care of their minds.
True.
Sorry, just one more technical question, Justin, you might be able to answer this. So the default budget for dues and subscriptions is $20,000. The '24 budget was $4,000. What accounts for that jump if it's just year over year?
That's the
I think I can answer that. It's Gmilks. That's where the Gmilks membership is going and the dues and
But if that's an ad, is that, how does that get into a default budget?
So they have entered into the agreement, I believe, which means it's a contractual obligation on behalf of the town.
It's a flaw in the law. To be perfectly honest, SB2, which is what we operate under for default budget, should be completely overhauled and rewritten by the legislature. It is not helpful to us. It needs to be completely rewritten.
I understand, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you, ladies.
Welcome. Thank you.
All right, so quickly to summarize here, please add in what you think I missed. Here's what I heard today. What I heard today is Lions Hall, $3.5 million. That's really not, something that we're going to be pursuing. Around the $500,000, we need more definition around what does that mean. From what I heard from the earlier presentations around the Lions Hall, the electrical system needs to be overhauled, sprinkler and fire and the floor. What else does $500,000 get us? It probably doesn't get us access to the second floor, but we need more detail around that to understand that.
We also need to make sure if it will include handicap accessibility or not.
Well, that's ADA requirements. They
Right.
have to meet ADA requirements for the first floor. I'm talking about ADA requirements for the second floor. That's what I'm trying to find out. If it does it, or will it not include that?
Or will it even get us for the first floor?
You can't, all right, so you can't enter the building if it's not ADA
I know.
required.
I know.
So, so we need to find out about that. Positions, all right, so I heard the police department is looking for prosecution, to because they're arresting more people and there's more requirements and everything else. Want to hear some feedback from the Budget Committee on their point of view on that. What I'm hearing is that we want to talk about fire department. They're looking for more personnel. There was a question by me to Justin around full-time mechanic, and what does that mean going forward? There's another question here. One big thing to highlight that I saw in the beginning of this is that debt services dropped $730 some odd thousand. How does that weigh against what the medical costs went up? Are we just looking at a wash there? So that we really didn't gain anything by having our debt service paid off from the standpoint of that we're just flushing that through. Anything else from today that we missed?
If I may, so the new prosecutor position, potential prosecutor position, what's the cost for that? And is that also a warrant article?
So,
Microphone?
I can walk over there, sure. So the hard part with that one, sir, is obviously you get what you pay for. We would probably look to have an entry level, somewhere in the 80,000 range to a max of 100, whatever the going salaries are.
So that's
to be
$150,000 loaded labor.
To be competitive with the other towns that have the same problem.
And that would be another warrant article, correct? Okay.
So what I want to hear from the Budget Committee is that, it is not required by SB2, but it has been the practice for the last 10+ years that when we want more personnel, we go to the ballot. So I'd like to hear you weigh in on that and what you think about what's being presented and what additional questions you may or may not have.
And that will happen at the November 20th meeting, correct?
That's
You mean now?
No, November 20th is fine. Nobody has to do anything now. People need time to process it today
100%
and
agree.
figure out what they need to do. Keep in mind that, the school department's going to do their workshop, a couple of weeks from now and everything. And what's going to happen there is that they're going to, if they follow their tradition, they're going to propose a budget above default. And they're going to look for $30+ million in bonds and everything. So keep in mind that whatever you're weighing against it, it may be one pair of pants, but it's two pockets. It still has to come out of the households. The good news is that I did a little analysis just recently on my own tax bill. So in the 2009 timeframe, my tax bill was $8,700. Today, my tax bill is $10,000. That's not bad. That same $10,000 tax bill, and I'm rounding numbers, is $15,000 in Derry. So we have new revenue coming in. People keep asking, we get all this new revenue, how come my taxes don't go down? We're fortunate we're probably 11% over breaking even. Is break even where we want to be? Do you want to reduce taxes? If you want to reduce taxes, what services do you want to cut? I mean, it all looks very easy when people are asking for questions, but what it really comes down to is the meat of the things now. Do you want to reduce services in the town? Is that what the community wants? If that's what the community wants, then that's what you should recommend. But it's the read of everybody in this room who's elected to make that call. So think about those things going forward and tell me if I missed anything.
I'd like, for the 20th, I'd love to hear what our tax rate is compared to the other towns in the area, so that we can have that information kind of more public for the voters. And I want us to look at what our percentage of tax burden on the residents is compared to the commercial, and how that ratio has changed over the years.
Do not be disillusioned by the tax rate. It matters what the bill is.
Agreed.
It costs X number of dollars to run the town, regardless of what the tax rate is. We went up by 20+% on the evaluations. The tax rate should go down. We'll find that out from DRA. But I've heard this over the years from people going, oh, but our tax rate is stable. Yeah, there's many factors that go into that. What does it really cost to run the town? And what I mean by the town is the town, the library, and the school, the three forms of government. It's somewhere around $133 million now, $134 million now.
Around that, you also have to remember the county is part of that as well.
I mean, yeah. So-
The whole tax rate, the county does count towards it.
Yeah, they calculate. So this is a big question. Costs a lot of money to run, to run the town now, where it used to be a lot smaller. So those are the questions. When people ask you the questions, ask. I mean, if we're missing something as a team here that we can help the taxpayers out with, love to know what it is. If we think we need to provide more services because that's what the community is calling for, then let's have that conversation.
Or have you already implemented it, and was it approved in the past?
The trustees approved us joining the consortium.
So they run as a separate form of government, so the trustees can do that. The sole purpose for the town on the library side is we fund it. Now, the town can also turn around and say, we're cutting you, this happened about, I want to say it was like around 2012. The town cut the library's budget by $100,000. As well as other cuts that we did at that time. Their funding comes from the town and from the taxpayers. But once they're funded, they're 100% run by the trustees. They are a separate form of government.
I think one of the biggest takeaways today is hearing from DPW is, the cost per household for trash and recycling pickup. $17 per month for trash and recycling pickup.
Great.
Tell me what other town that you'd be able to get that in right now.
Think about what it would look like if we didn't pick up trash and recycling.
Exactly.
So with that, it's just a workshop, so there doesn't need to be any reason to adjourn. If there's nothing further, we're an hour over the limit that I set, but we're done for today.